Hello. Hello? Hello. Hello. What is up? We are here for a bad time, not a long time. We are playing as Byzantium. And we, of course, have the very blurst Kebab as our subject. And we will be kind of continuing along our way. And I think we're going to try and go for some Mare Nostrum stuff. We have a decent amount of time left in the game. This is probably well achievable. We do have Giga Chad Dadbod Germany up here, who, of course, you know, this may not be the most aesthetic looking Germany, but this is what peak Victoria 3 country looks like. So if you don't like it, then that's your problem. We're going to kick off here, annexing Orangey. That way we can finally get in on some colonization, because on the other side of this is some area that we do not need malaria prevention. And also they will have a bunch of gold mines, so this will be really nice, because if we take a look at here, yeah, those are gold mines. They give us big goldies. I have to look at the values or find something, because what's on the wiki is not consistent with the actual gold mine levels that are potential, and so they've tweaked these numbers, and I need to find the new numbers. But okay, hopefully no one joins against us. That would be awkward. And by nobody, I mean Great Britain is kind of the only one we're concerned with, and it looks like Daddy's not even willing to help us anyways, so we're going to slow down because this is kind of the streaming pace. Is a little bit slower than the video pace. This also is a continuation of the videos. This is the first time we're doing this, where we're starting off on videos and we are transitioning to streaming. And so if people like this, feel free to let me know, and if they hate this, also feel free to let me know. And if you feel completely neutral about this, I guess let me know, but that's probably going to be like the worst feeling, letting someone know. We'll just put in a third just in case, some weird stuff. After this, we're kind of going to be looking at maybe going after Tripolitania, maybe doing, ooh, this is probably why Dad didn't want to help us, this whole business, but okay. Hopefully the UK doesn't join. Still waiting on, like, there to be, oh, nice, dedicated police force, let's go, baby. So we're going to take a pause and look at maybe some laws we can do. It's been a little while since we've played on this run, and so I'm not sure exactly what our setup is. It does look like we're pretty... Okay, we're pretty up in there. We would like multiculturalism, but you know, you can't have everything. And we are actually rushing human rights. That's right, I remember this now. We are rushing human rights because we have our radical that we got through an event, and we will not be able to get another radical. Hopefully 1.3 brings a change to this, where getting a radical will be a little bit easier, instead of just like shrugging your shoulders and hoping that you're going to roll one, or using the Path to Liberalism event, but we've already exhausted that event. So we do have to get the new Colossus event, which will require us going multiculturalism. And this event is just super overtuned. Let me take a screenshot of this thing. But the idea is, like, the new Colossus event is, like, it gives you 25% migration attraction, which is just incredibly powerful, and it's going to be very powerful for siphoning off German pops while we are a protectorate with Daddy, so... Of course, having our mugged up caffeinated beverage here. And this war should be relatively easy. We'll actually go up to speed 4. I think this is probably a good pace. And I guess we'll talk a little bit about kind of where the industry's at and where we're going. We're trying to focus mainly on textile mills and tooling workshops, which we've done successfully, kind of building up pretty big economies of scale. And we will be looking to kind of transition to being a little bit more of everything, and looking to encourage manufacturing, or sorry, not encourage manufacturing, look to encourage one industry per state. So here we might be encouraging tooling. Here we're encouraging, well, we're encouraging both because we have the encourage manufacturing industries, but for every place we are going to hope to try and build one industry particularly tall. That way we are maximizing our economies of scale throughput bonus. We should have an easy time here. We do have a movement for universal suffrage. I suppose we could go universal suffrage. I think this will probably radicalize some groups. We'll radicalize the church. They don't have a lot of clout, and the landowners also don't have a lot of clout. We'll make the industrialists upset. Not really a fan of that. But what we could do is we could go private health insurance to make the industrialists happy, and then go on over to the other one. And don't hate private health insurance, so let's just do that. This is private health insurance, and there's a couple laws that are actually really nice in this regard. Poor laws and private health insurance, basically nobody hates, the industrialists like it, and so it's really nice for just putting in order to make the industrialists happy and get plus 20% investment pool contribution efficiency, which is big nice. And so we are floating a bunch of extra money right now. It's always this number plus this number is the real amount of money you're making. So we will come in and we will, of course, expand construction. We started the episode with 300. Let's see where we can go from here. We will expand a little bit. We do have construction malice in some of these places. We will add that up in Thessaly, and so we have to be a little bit careful. I think let's just kind of do the Thrace, all these. That's probably more than enough, actually. Inefficient agriculture, you're telling me we should follow their advice. How's everyone feeling? Is everyone feeling nice and Roman in the chat? And by Roman, I mean Eastern Roman Empire Roman, not Western Roman Empire Roman. Although I suppose we could switch to Italy. That would be a wild swap. Just to look to conquer, like, all of this as Byzantium, and then swap to Italy and look to conquer all this. Get the perfect map. It was the map that was promised. We don't do mods to get that, we just... Let's take a look at our line. It's not the size of the line that counts, it's the shape, and it's the way you use it. Doing pretty good. Even with all the construction coming through, we're still doing it. We're still making some money. I think we should take a look at the construction good prices, though, and see what we can do. So let's come into here and just pick a construction center. Fabric, it's all kind of middling. We do want to, we can increase a lot of iron. We have a lot of now iron deposits, so we will probably be working on that. But let's see if we can import fabric, because this is often something you want to import. We are inside Daddy's Market, so that kind of messes with our ability to do things. But we can put in a couple of these. I think Liberian and... maybe that's the only one, I don't know. Great Molasses Flood. We'll just radicalize some people. And do we want to get a bunch of loyalists? I think we just want to get a bunch of loyalists. This is kind of a chill law pass anyways. So we'll just do that. I should have looked at the number beforehand. It's modest. That's fair enough. Now we do have a bunch of iron mines in here is kind of where I was talking. And we will try and get them on up. So why don't we, if we're going to add construction centers, we're going to add them in Skopje. And then focus on getting Skopje up on the economies of scale. We are starting to experience a little bit of pain in terms of money, but we're pretty fine with deficit spending. Now that we've annexed Orange, Ave Caesar. Ave Caesar indeed. Long may he reign. Alright. Now we can actually do some colonization. We do have some problems down here. We're gonna try and resolve those. And now we will, of course, delete the university as well as any barracks. Because we don't need those. Now we're looking nice and pretty with our bunch of extra gold mines. Now, of course, we do not want to really actively build too much here because of this whole business, but we can also incorporate this pretty quickly because it's only a 5-year because it's European. Who knew? And so now we are going to need some more government administrations. We're going to put them in the capital to work on the throughput a little bit here. And then we'll have a little bit of a think where we want to expand next. Now, we do have a ton of infamy, so we would rather do kind of a lower infamy type war. And I'm thinking Tripolitania into either a Dominion or a Puppet would be really nice. Probably Dominion, look to annex them relatively early. This will kind of... This can potentially backfire. I have been getting a little bit of backlash about saving and loading, so we're just going to save, but we're going to try really hard not to load unless something absolutely crazy happens in regards to the plays. Could also just switch to playing on Iron Man. I think I'm going to run a poll for this. People, I think it's a vocal minority of people who really want the Iron Man content over, you know, faster pace of play and more commentary and, like, I don't want to play Iron Man on speed 5, I don't think. Well, we don't want to do that, so we're going to do this. Trade unions notably have, like, the best bonuses in the game, and now we're getting their secondary bonus. We do want to get them powerful for when we go human rights. I think we might kind of almost want to finish Quinine a little bit faster and then do it, but I think this is the way. We are doing human rights ahead of time, and we are, of course, doing it ahead of time because this guy's a radical, and we want to get onto... We can't force another radical. He's the only one we can force, and so we have to do it now. So, looks like their war ended. Daddy's a little infamous. It's hard not to be infamous with a bod like that, you know what I mean? But bam. But bam. Something. I wish I knew the lines to Sir Mix-a-Lot's thing a bit better. Now, I really hate that we can't invite people to our Diplo play after this has happened, but we'll see who we can get, I guess. Okay, who we can sway. So, Italy's gonna want an obligation. Great Britain, what do you want? You want treaty port and whatever. So I guess we go after Italy's. If we can get both, maybe we can bust up Russia. Kinda don't like that Russia joined against us, though. You personally don't care for Iron Man? Yeah, I think that the people who are really pushing for it are a vocal minority, and so... I'm like... I don't know, it can be sometimes difficult to evaluate information, you know? Because you get some feedback, but you have to keep in mind that, like, so another thing is people are going to solo him. I cannot solo Russia now. We need a daddy. We need an adult to solo Russia. But we could do this. We could offer a treaty port in Tripoli. But I think we want to bust up Russia a little bit. So actually, hopefully we're not too late. But we can declare an interest up here. I think it released perm. Not 100% on this. I think we just want to do this and here so we can at least release Ukraine. Solo him. But let's see. I mean, I would rather, if we can get war reps off of Russia, right? I wouldn't mind giving Great Britain a treaty port. I mean, I kind of mind. We would rather just have Daddy involved with us. France sides with Tripolitania. See, this is now getting to be a bit of a thing. Okay. Well, shoot. See, I really hate that you can't invite them after the opening moves if they're a daddy. This is really obnoxious to me. I don't know why it's like this. So now we can sway Russia. Give Russia the treaty port. Look to take war reps off France. And this seems fine. Conscript only for him. I'm not even sure. Well, yeah, we probably could win doing a bunch of edicts, but this is like... That has some pretty negative effects on our economy, and we're not really getting that much out of it. We'll just try and see if we can do this. I'd rather kind of get the GPs to help us out. Also, what I really hate is when you get GPs to help you, like, it's super polarized in terms of how much they help you. Like, sometimes they do, like, they'll fight the whole thing for you. In this case, Russia backs us and then leaves, so it's gonna be us against... I think we'll be able to enforce... I'm not sure who's stronger. Let's just take a look who's stronger. Russia joins us and then leaves, which we're kind of okay with, but also kind of... Oh, yikes, they're way stronger, so... We could offer a treaty port and then look to take war reps. Oh no, we can't, because we don't have enough maneuvers. This is so asinine, though. Because the whole reason we wanted to offer Russia is so that we could, you know, take war reps off of France. And now, I hate the diplomatic plays so much, man. They're so bad. It's just such a poorly constructed system. I don't even know if we have conscripts as well set up already. Yeah, it looks like we're not set up for conscription. We can do that now, though. It'll take them a while to get up anyways, but... this is such a dirty war. Here, let's pull it up while I read the chat. Like... I think this is winnable, but like we used our maneuvers on Russia and then Russia's not on our side and we don't get refunded the maneuvers is also an obnoxious thing. I mean, let's just see, could we... Oh, they just want French states. Algiers? We could fix the Algerian border and take Tunisia. That's freaking perfect. We can de-border gore this. Right? That's perfect. I think we just want to give them Algiers. We don't want to give them Congo stuff either. Oh, they won't take any of that. Why are you thumbs up, my guy? You're thumbs up for something we can't give you, huh? They want Tripoli or Libya. And you would also take a treaty port in Tripoli, but we don't have maneuvers because we used it to sway Russia, except Russia wasn't swayed. Yeah, you are of the opinion that Iron Man adds nothing meaningful value to the games and, in fact, removes meaningful value of every title before Vic 3. I have, so I think it does add something. Like, so playing on Iron Man is like playing on hardcore, you know, for like the PoE and Diablo and these types of things, where it adds like an extra sense of like gravitas that you cannot replicate when you can load, which makes the game a lot more exciting. But like you have nonsense like this, where this is just completely this is completely opaque how this has gone down. You know, the like, okay, just like everything about it is just like awful. You know, like games should have like, they shouldn't be just wildly unhinged in terms of predictability. I'm not even sure if we're probably not supposed to put war reps in on France so we can decay him below zero. I guess we're going to put him on Tripoli. I guess we're going to try for this war. I kind of want to just load though. But it's just like, this is like just an absolutely unhinged like result we've gotten here. And like, all it tells you is all these people might join or whatever. And it's like never like a very good metric of it. And so we're just going to hope that, we're going to just try and land Tripoli and enforce on them, and hope that Italy can kind of fight off France for a little bit. Do we want this group getting more attraction? No, it's already huge. So we're going to take that. Don't loyalists give more conscripts? I don't think so. I think conscription is based on population. If that's mistaken, let me know. Because min-maxing the war stuff is also not really my purview, you know? We're gonna kind of pull from the areas we know don't have, like, maxed out employment necessarily. Although this is gonna make labor more expensive. Alright, we're gonna land with the 9 stack and the 12 stack, I think, into Tripoli. Just hope to get something done. What did we even offer Italy? Was it something off Russia? It's so stupid that you can, literally nothing changed from when we, like, offered Russia, right? And so they were supposed to join our side, and instead they just peace out, and we use our maneuvers. Our maneuvers don't get refunded. So hopefully we get in through here pretty quick. Don't get me wrong, but there's no like reason for it. I don't think there's no reason for it. But for me, it's not meaningful. Yeah, that's fair. I understand. I get you. To follow the hardcore example, all Iron Man really does for the prior titles is make it such that it would be like you couldn't get achievements in all of Diablo 3 if you aren't playing hardcore. Yeah, so like, I think that they would have done the same for Victoria 3 if like it wasn't so wildly unpredictable and frustrating in some like spots. Like this is a spot where okay, we probably should have just loaded, but we're just trying to take the war anyways. I think this war is probably turning out badly for us. And I don't necessarily think there's a way we can mechanic out of it, but it makes playing like smaller powers really unfun. Because like if you're a great power, you can just deal with whatever, and it's not a big deal. Like you could start as France and just like declare war on Great Britain and like take the East India Company, and like you're fine, you're chilling. But we're gonna switch over to this. I think we do. We're trying to get in this anyways, but then this will make it a little bit better once we're trying to get multiculturalism, because we'll already have the trade unionists in government. But I don't know. Maybe we're supposed to... let's see if we have any generals we can recruit. No. Or admirals. No. We have one from each thing, which is maybe not the best. What do you say is the best? Quality of battalions or amount of them? Like a smaller army with... it's probably better tech, but that's like an oversimplification, I think. What happened to this guy? We're still landing. Why do you have no morale, my guy? Yeah, I mean, I guess we could take a load. This is frustrating. Just take a load, ask Daddy to help. We could also... it's really hard to try and farm obligations on GPs. There needs to be a better system for, like, keeping them out of your wars. And currently there's not. We're gonna get a successful invasion here. We only have to really force on them and then just kind of peace out. I think we actually just might need to increase the size of the military here, though, as well. We're gonna add a little bit in Eastern Thrace, because I know that they don't have a lot of employment. And then I guess we'll add some in Sparta for theme. Although I think they really don't have a lot of employment for that, so that's probably not actually good, but... we'll add this here. Put it at the front of the queue, that'll be fine. Well, it's like, it's a matter of, like, overall power regarding, like, quality or quantity. There's no, like, quality-quantity, like, trade-off mechanism. There's just, like, worse PMs and better PMs. There's no, like, PM that's better when you have more troops and worse when you have less troops, you know? Alright, so hopefully we get a nice little front push here into Algeria. Because that front's not doing too hot. We don't have to enforce on... I guess we're going to move guys over from these fronts over here. Where are they even? We're going to move them to the empty front here. And just try and push in and get an enforcement on them. You think quality and quantity are important if you can field them in one general? I think that multiple generals is really important for the way, like, fronts can psychotically split. It used to be very cut and dry, tech better than numbers before the war changes, and now you kind of need similar numbers and tech. It's definitely a lot closer, yeah. I think that, I mean, like, as Great Britain, you can always clap Shing at the start, basically. So hopefully, yeah, we're starting to occupy them a lot. What did France even want? Why did they join? Nothing? They just hate our guts? Alright, fair enough, my guy. This is turning out to be a very expensive war for us. I should probably watch the overview a lot more, but I'm pretty sure the cost of the war for us is quite a bit. It's a lot more for Italy, though, whom we promised nothing, so there's all that. We have private health insurance, which is nice. So what we had wanted to do, we had passed that so that we could go universal suffrage without making the industrialists super upset. Now they'll just be a little upset. That was the main reason, but we do have to build more bureaucracy to kind of support all that. I guess we go property to women, actually. Or we could restrict, yeah, we could restrict child labor here as well. Kind of like the workforce ratio at this moment, though. Yeah, just getting a nice push into Tripoli. France cares about their front, but they don't care about winning the war, apparently. Which will be handedly won. You formed Byzantium with 20 battalions in 62 and 1.0. 1.0 was like a different beast. 1.0 was like, you can't even compare it all. Before, the way the wars worked before changes were insane. Basically, purely RNG system, most removed now. What happened here? Why did you auto-transfer? This is another thing that I find really annoying about combat, is you just transferred away from this front, because why? Which is like, in a game like Diablo or Path of Exile, you have like absolute pure control, right? And so like, it being on Iron Man is not... Actually, some annoying stuff can happen there too, but we're not going to talk about that. So, we are now going to be able to colonize a little bit. Now that we have Quinine, we, I think, need to reevaluate our interests on that basis. And look to try and establish ourselves somehow in here. Alright, so now the front's unified. I think we move one of these guys over to be able to push the French out from here. Which they should be able to do with the 2 battalions. Pretty comfortably. It looks like Italy's holding up their end well enough that we're going to be in good shape, and of course we do need to, we're on speed 3, so this is not too big a deal, but we do need to come in and build more of these. I don't think we have insufficient tax capacity anywhere, or we shouldn't. So, we have a lot of convoy raiding, but this is not our problem, it's Daddy's problem. Why is this minus 100 for us? That's probably a bug. Because we should be crushing them with this army. So. For how many troops I enter the battle, you mean? Oh yeah, because it just would like select a random guy, yeah. Because you out-tech the autos, didn't even abuse the naval invasions either. Yeah, I mean... Ottomans were really, really weak on 1.0. They would just use, like, the naked, like, PMs, basically. Is this minus 100 because I have so many negative convoys? Am I... Oh, no one's getting in on the battle. What's going on? 0 morale. That is exactly what that is. Okay, so... I think we're still enforcing on them, but we're going to turn everything onto a cargo port to try and help with that, but I don't think that's going to be helpful enough. So what we are going to do is, since we're going to slowly lose ground, we're going to put over here, because we can win if there's no one on the front. You just defended until they had no morale? Yeah, basically. Quality would be superior if there's manpower in their game. There's sort of manpower in the game. I mean, pops die or become dependent. So it, like, it does, like, our Spain run was absolutely, like, brutalized by the fact that we fought Great Britain, like, I think like 12 wars the entire run or something. It's really wild how much the stuff has changed since. You have since had to relearn most of the systems. Yeah, with the warfare specifically, I took the big brain play and I did not learn anything about warfare in the initial versions, and so I didn't have to relearn anything. In ARPGs, you have a lot more control over situations right until you get a random affix on elites that decides you're dying today, basically. But like, there's stuff you could do to even mitigate that. Getting crit is like the worst, probably, right? Like, that's just like the most absolutely annoying unhinged thing that can happen in the ARPGs. Just popping in to say your guys help out a ton. I'm glad to hear it. Your knowledge of the game is pretty insane. It's pretty good. There's a lot of systems I don't know about. Like, I have focused on mainly, like, what buildings should I build? Like, this is definitely what I'm focused on, and sometimes people ask me questions, like, about, like, game mechanics I really don't know about too much. Like, how do I make a radical appear in, like, just naturally? And, like, the answer is you have to, like, have, like, laws that piss off radicals kind of thing. But I don't know them all off the top of my head and, like, all this type of stuff. And, like, there's so much, like, depth to what's going on in the game. And, like, the big one I've, like, focused on is the buildings. Which, of course, we have bad PMs. I think we forgot to do our smacky wacky button. Let's do that now. Yeah. And then try and make sure all of our... Yeah, that kind of fixed all our PMs. How much are we paying on subsidies? A little bit. So we'll start putting in rail transportation. Specifically on the ones we're less concerned about the profitability of it, because it generally loses them money. Although it makes them money right now. This is going to kill our subsidies. War goals were enforced on Italy. That is not ideal. I think we're going to enforce on Tripoli here, though. We're going to see if we can make peace and subjugate you. Yeah, we can. Not with the war reps. We don't really care about the war reps. We'd rather just get out of this war now. Why haven't you changed color yet? The delay on the change color just absolutely terrifies me sometimes, because I'm like, is it bugged? Did my war brick? What happened? Okay, so now it's Tunis, your next bud. Oh, we have to wait for this North Africa interest to appear, I think. Wait, what happened to our interest declare? Why did that get wrecked? We used to be able to declare an additional interest. We lost this one up here. We're gonna go back. I don't think we're gonna try and invade China again. I think we're gonna try and go for Mare Nostrum, so. What's the best way to get free from Britain as Australia? Start as Great Britain and release them. No, it's probably gonna take a while. That's a little bit of a tough one. You could just try and declare the war, like, a bunch. Just save, try and declare it, see who you can get on your side, this type of thing. We get propertied women, which is big nice. But, like, overall, it's probably going to take a while to develop a big enough power base that you can get free from us as Australia as quick as possible. You probably also want to unify under their event chain, right? So you want to wait until you're fully Australia and probably expand in, like, Indonesia or something like this while you can. Or when very specific mobs have shotgun abilities that do full damage for each projectile, even though you have reduced damage per projectile. Yeah, I mean, like, in Poe, like, the detonate dead stuff is just absolutely terrifying. Because it's, like, based on the monster health. So, like, when the monsters have a ton of health and you get, like, dead and, like, increased AoE size, and something that's barely on the screen, like, gets, like, a boss that's barely on the screen gets detonated and just hits you for, like, 5 million damage. Yeah, I mean, it definitely happens with the ARPGs. To some extent. I'm trying to think where we want to expand next. We're gonna have an interest in here soon. This Tuat expansion is absolutely cursed. What is this? I mean, I think we just go for Tunis and we just keep cruising through like this, right? Because Tunis is not a very expensive dominion either. We could also just annex El Salvador. We're kind of just getting 5 free construction from them, though. And it seems that powers are less likely to join against you for you having subjects if that subject is specifically unrecognized. We could also go for Transvaal. I actually like Transvaal. This will help our colonization effort. We could also maybe go for Congo. This is not much on the Mare Nostrum thing, though. Do people in chat have an opinion on where we expand next? We'll just let the infamy decay while I let chat respond. And maybe we're going to just kind of check things out. Alright, looks like we're getting down on the turmoil quite a bit, so we should be able to start building. We, of course, are auto-expanding the furniture here. I think we're auto-expanding the paper here. Just looking to have industries auto-expanding. But I think it was here we kind of wanted to try and push economies of scale in the iron mines. Specifically, wood is really, really, really efficient. And so we're all about, we already maxed out all the wood, though. And it's very nice that Daddy can just absorb like all of our resources, so we could really focus the resource industries because they're much more efficient at giving you investment pool contribution than manufacturing, at least in the early game, before you can stack a whole bunch of bonuses for the manufacturing. And then the manufacturing gets better. I think we probably have all of the gold mines expanded. Yeah, we do. We don't have much demand for sulfur. This is on auto expand. Not yet, at least. We could also go for Zanzibar. I don't hate this. That way, actually, I really like this a lot. That way we'll have an interest in this region. It'll hopefully be not too much thumb and pieing, and then we can colonize Hee and like all this as well. Are you still gonna have the option of annexing the Ionian Islands? No. We lost that journal entry when we formed. Oh wait, nope, we have Greek state. But we have to not have a daddy. We have to leave the home in order to do it. Getting Egypt under our control is not very realistic at the moment. You are correct in your evaluation. Or it would require us going up to like 100 infamy. At which point I think Daddy tries to start annexing us. I don't know exactly what the behavior is when you're a protectorate, but I assume that's what happens. GP is like protecting them. Egypt? Yeah, that too. I think we might... I'm not sure how we're going to have to try and get Egypt. Like, it might be an attempt to protectorate. The problem is... Oh, well, they're not defending the borders. But we do have to get out from under Germany. But I think we want a bigger power base. We can't also just annex Kebab. This is a play we can make. Just joined. Do you remember live chat? Thank you so much for reminding me. I never remember. Now I can see all the things. Stamp out monarchism. Yay. Oh my god, I clicked spacebar in the other tab instead of the stream tab, and I'm always terrified I'm gonna, like, nuke my stream if I click spacebar over there. Alright, I think we just conquer the state, these guys. So we can start colonizing straight away. We could dominion them, though. How much do we care about infamy right now? So we're not doing customs union things, so on that front we don't care, but I do think we have to... This whole Mare Nostrum business is going to take a ton of infamy, and so maybe we just dominion them. We should have saved before that. Oh well, hopefully it doesn't turn out too badly. Nobody wants to join us. We're going to put ban slavery in there so they're more likely to back down, I think. I think from a timing perspective, we're actually supposed to wait before doing it, but we're not going to necessarily play the tightest. We're really not playing the tightest with not saving before, but again, I really have to run that poll and see what people think, how much people care about the Iron Man and the loading. Because overall, it seems... and correct me if I'm wrong, anyone who's in chat, it seems that people prefer the faster speed of play more than they prefer me playing on Iron Man. But I could be mistaken in all this. We're also making a little bit of money, but we're kind of just on this cusp. We would not mind developing a little bit of a bank. I do think we want to, in general, deficit spend, but kind of want to see who joins this war before we do anything. Your favorite place is to colonize is hee. So many comedians reside there. Yeah, exactly. And they're still pretty slow into it. Maybe we should have conquered just so we get the faster colonization, but speed, yes. Okay, that's what I thought. But, like, obviously, small sample size with just one respondent. I think I have to do a poll, but, like, I don't know. This has been coming up repeatedly. I think that people who, like, play on Iron Man to some extent are like the vegans meme, where, like, they just want to tell you that they play on Iron Man, and so that's part of why they comment. But also, like, if various things about the game weren't so unhinged, I would probably be playing on Iron Man as well. I actually enjoy, like, this is the first Paradox game I haven't played on Iron Man, and it's not just because the achievements bit. It's because it's, like, it's actually, like, low-key not that playable. We're gonna need some more coal. I think we have coal down here. We're gonna put it on auto-expand, and we're gonna add 5. At the back of the queue. It is getting a little expensive, so that means these should be profitable, so yeah. Are you gonna annex the Ottomans? Eventually, yeah. I think that might be the next war. That's another reason why I didn't want to go for the 12 infamy, because I do want to annex the Kebab. Of course, I do think the border gore is really funny. What a barbaric looking Germany. What a dad bod. This isn't, you might not like it, but this is what peak Victoria 3 country looks like. CK3 lies too much for me to be willing to play it in Iron Man. CK3, what do you mean that it lies? I'm not necessarily like a CK aficionado, although I have played it on Iron Man. I've also played it not on Iron Man, so... Also, when you're playing on Iron Man, you can still bird if something absolutely insane happens, but, like... Right? You can, do the thing where you control alt delete and, like, end the game. Definitely win, but you get stack wiped. Yeah, that's obnoxious. I don't know, the like... When things... Yeah, I mean, that's just like plays, like... Where it says, these people might join or not. And then they, like, 5 of them dogpile you. It's like... Yeah, EU, I think you know too much. I definitely like that they're trying to make it more ambiguous, but you just have no agency. Like, you can never do anything about it when people join. Most vegans are hiding because they're afraid they'll get ostracized. Maybe I should have used a different example, like people who do CrossFit. I had a girlfriend who was vegan. I'm, like, familiar. Also, I think if you're, like, trying to be, like, the absolute most moral possible, like, being vegan for moral reasons has a lot of appeal, but, like, I care about being physically strong, and there's, like, it's very hard to find good protein sources in large quantities with macros you want if you don't eat meat. Also, I like the taste of flesh. And I think that we are omnivorous. I think the vegans that make the argument that we're not naturally omnivorous are just, like, wrong. But I also think at the same time, just because we're naturally omnivorous doesn't mean we have to be omnivorous. The vegans that don't eat honey, to me, are just, like, a different breed, though. It happens too often with me to be comfortable with the idea of Iron Man. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely... We had a general die, so that's cool. Oh, no, wait. Oh, we did have a general die, but not one of the ones we were using, I guess. Yeah, we can sit on 3 generals for now. Not too big a deal. I think I felt my phone buzz. I don't know where it is. I guess I did not feel it buzz if it's behind me. You feel like the devs should limit the German formation through diplomacy to only areas where majority German culture, release, etc., etc. Maybe. I think that they're focused on other things and perhaps should be focused on other things, but also I agree. This is just an absolute monstrosity. Oh, we did like a freaking efficiency spreadsheet and I forgot the ones where steam donkeys were the absolute best. I think it was in coal mines they're the absolute best, so we'll pretend like we're super knowledgeable. We'll swap them up on coal mines first. Let's go, baby. We'll also finish swapping these over, I think. Oh, we're so good at this game. Look at us bob and weave. Yo, had some chicken tikka masala, and it was great. Some vegan food is really good. Yeah, I'm with you there. I definitely am not, like, anti-vegan. Although the weirdest argument I've ever gotten in was with a vegan. Online vegan diets are just memed to death because they use tofu for everything, but actual ones are way better and more varied. Yeah, like, more heavily reliant on, like, beans and stuff. And also just not trying to imitate, like, non-vegan food, but, like, being like, I'm having beans and vegetables, and it's like, okay, it actually tastes good. You've never seen Germany form in a game outside of doing it yourself? 1.2.7, I've seen it form, I think, in every single run. Austria has formed Germany. Realism. Honestly, there's needs to be some UI showing if nations have a true interest in the area, because if the interest mechanic doesn't really reflect it. It kind of does. It shows who can join. So, like, occasionally you actually, like, so Central Asia, this Persia, Central Asia is actually a really nice place to expand because great powers have, like, no interests here, generally. But once you get into actual Central, I don't know how UK has an interest there. But, like, finding areas where they don't have, interests. Like, in our Syria run, we were able to avoid a lot of GPs by specifically declaring war on the Ottomans in Anatolia so that people couldn't join. And this was like, rather than declaring, having wars in Arabia. And this was a big part of the run. But, yeah, I think we're annexing Kebab next. You haven't had it form a single time this patch? That's unreal, because I think I've played 4 runs this patch. Like 1.2.7 specifically. Look at this. Absolutely cursed. And I've had it form every single time. So, but yeah, the argument I had gotten in with the vegan was he was trying to argue that because chimps are herbivores, and our closest relative to chimps, and our closest relative, genetically speaking, is a chimp, that we are naturally herbivores as well. And it was just, like, wrong on all counts, because, first of all, that logic doesn't apply. Just because you're close to something genetically doesn't mean you're naturally that thing. And, like, you could just look through, like, human, like, anthropological records and see that we, like, humans dating, like, way, way, way back eat meat. So that's just fallacious reasoning. But the second of all, and this is the most unhinged part, is chimps are not vegetarian. They will literally hunt other monkeys and tear them apart and eat them alive. And they also eat bugs, which is not, like, an herbivore. They are, like, 100% omnivorous. I might have said it the wrong way the first time. But they are not herbivores. And so it was just, like, the most unhinged, like, argument that I could, like... It was just, like, insane on all counts. The guy was, like, adamant that we were herbivores because chimps were herbivores. And it was just, like... Yeah. The notion that we're naturally herbivores is insane, but we could be herbivores if we wanted to. You've only had NGFs? Non-government funds? Hey, we get human rights. And our radical is still alive. Thank you. Oh, will this just cause a rev and so we can't do it? No, it won't cause a rev. That would suck so hard. But yeah, we probably annex Kebab next. Well, let's improve relations with some of these guys. Not France, because we have to fight France. But I think we maybe want a friend in Russia, right? Because, okay, this is awkward here, but other than this, Russia doesn't have any Mediterranean land, so we could consistently have a... Well, we also gotta figure out our tech. You got a friend in me. I think we go shift work. Oh, dynamite into pump jacks is also really tempting. I think we go shift work first. Dynamite into pump jacks. Yeah, I like this. Because I want to go shift work because I want to upgrade the university to level 51 and get the max throughput bonus on the uni. Because right now it's at 31, getting the current max bonus. Their tools to harvest, their tools use is entirely to harvest bugs, and we have record of literal wars between tribes of chimps. That person was deranged. Yeah, that was my perspective. That is, it is literally, there's no argument I remember more than that one in terms of the person just like being catastrophically wrong. Because they were like wrong on like every single count. Like, you know what I mean? Because chimps aren't herbivores, and even if they were, that doesn't mean that we're herbivores, and humans are demonstrably not herbivores, and so, like... Yeah, I think that the good argument for being vegan is very, very simple. Is that causing suffering is immoral, and you can avoid doing that by not consuming products that are obtained through the suffering of animals. And I think that that's just the very simple, like... Like, yep, that checks out type of thing, and that's not the guy wanted to argue some crazy thing, and it's like, you don't even need to go there, my friend. And like, people might disagree with the moral argument. Obviously I disagree with it to an extent that I'm not vegan. Oh, well, I don't know if it's obvious that I'm not vegan, but I'm not. But it's like, I think that I think the argument's fine. Like, a lot of people have arguments you can disagree with and think are wrong, but, like, the argument makes sense. And this is kind of what I think of the vegan argument, but, yeah. I've seen literal video of a chimp eating another monkey alive, though. So, I'm like... And when I told the guy that, he was like, oh, that was just, an opportunistic thing. They're not normally, omnivorous, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Every consumption of food by an animal in nature is opportunistic. Yeah. Just insane. Alright, we are gonna save before this one. To you, the best argument is the environmental argument about being CO2, etc., but also counterpoint, steak is tasty. Yeah. The CO2 argument's also good. I think if you're trying to reduce CO2, there are that's not necessarily the first place you go, you know what I mean? But also yes. Oh, can we win this war without a daddy? We probably can. Do we want to win it without a daddy though? Probably not. Alright, what do you want? You want an obligation? We have noticed that nothing ever comes of us offering him an obligation, and we could just keep doing it every war. This is a bug. We're gonna exploit it, because we hate Diplo plays. Thank you, Daddy. And now we just absolutely don't care who joins. Daddy will take care of us. We can read chat now that Daddy's got the war handled. We actually do want to expand construction, though. Oop, I added too many. How will I go on without multiples of 5 in my life? That's maybe a little bit too much. We're not a late game economy just yet. Gonna have a sip of some caffeine. That's the good stuff. Well, maybe this 24 stack should be over there. We're actually just going to recruit another general in the Balkans HQ and put him over here. Mountain combat expert will be nice right now. Let's use him. I think we want to be on like around 4 generals anyways. Multiculturalism. Yeah, sure. It would be much more responsible to limit car use by having robust public transport like in Europe and lower carbon amongst the laundry list before going after stakes. Yeah, that is generally what I agree with. You know who invented the idea of the carbon footprint? I don't remember the exact company. It was a giant oh, we passed it. Oh. I'm gonna finish my point though first. The BP invented the idea of the carbon footprint to try and offload the idea of you know, environmentalism being the responsibility of the consumer rather than the responsibility of the corporations. Like, at the very least, we should stop subsidizing corporations that have like huge negative environmental impact. But open arms, come one, come all, huge migration attraction, big nice. We're also on multiculturalism, so now, look at this banger. We're just gonna zoom out because it's all relative to daddy, right? But we have a ton of migration attraction, so now we are gonna pop off in terms of siphoning off pops from Germany, which is gonna be big nice. Can we see their population curve? Let's see our curve. Oh baby, let's go. We're gonna drink their milkshake. Also, we're gonna annex the Kebab. Well, being from somewhere that is both rural and literally used to have passenger trains. You don't think that in rural America you can sell public transport in cities all the way? So if you... I agree that you can't sell it, but I also think that you should look up a map of passenger trains in Europe and then look up a map of passenger trains in America and cry. I agree that you like can't sell it to the American people. You could, like, regulate the size of cars and stuff, but Americans wouldn't go for that either. Americans don't like people Americans really don't like the government telling them what to do. So, there's all that noise. It would be a tough sell. Yeah, I 100% agree. Americans in general seem a little bit more resistant to climate change interventions, even like the liberals. They want to save the environment, but then they don't want to do the things. But like the biggest one is actually just aggressively going after companies and making them pay the full cost of the externalities. Not that we're trying to have like necessarily a talk about, ooh, what is this? What's going on? Not necessarily trying to get the stream political, although I also don't really care if it gets political a little bit. I've gotten some comments about being political in the streams where I've been ripping on Putin, and I just like don't care. If someone wants to think that Putin being like a horrible human being is a political issue, then I think they are mistaken. I mean, it's technically a political issue because he's the leader of a government, but, like, we don't like that guy. He eats babies. And then, like, but he's the leader of a government, so that's a political issue. Like, to me, it just doesn't quite track. Is this the unkillable? No, okay. It's not the unkillable man bug, which I hate that bug. Where I haven't seen it in 1.2.7, but you just get an unkillable like person and you just get stuck in a battle against one guy who's just slaughtering your troops. 100% weird to selfish. I don't know if I would articulate it as selfishness. We have like a value set that is very don't stick your finger in our pie. Don't tread on me. I mean, we are playing a politics game about politics. I don't think politics is altogether off topic. Yeah, I agree. I mean, we have a law called multiculturalism, right? And we're talking about immigration and stuff like that. Musk is doing his best stopping any public transport projects in the U.S. He's certainly doing a job. Like in some sort of like transcript of something, he like admitted that that's why he was trying to sell the Hyperloop, was to hurt other public transport efforts or something like this. Where's the Kebab's capital? We gotta find that. Where is that? Here? Okay, so we're gonna try and give him the reach around. Which should work. We'll see. They probably have war goals they can't enforce. Oh, they only want independence, so they can't enforce that on us. I think we would be reloading if that happened. Low key. We're gonna try not to do any of that noise though. You think that the US, the best we can do is more push nuclear and renewable, then hopefully push more public transportation in big cities and metro areas? I mean, I think at the very least we have to have a discussion about nuclear. I don't know if that's what we should try and do though, because the liberals really hate nuclear. Like, you mentioned nuclear power and they have a heart attack. You know what I mean? Pretty consistently. We'll just kind of work on the resource industries here for now. We do have to be cognizant of long-term trying to develop our stuff in such a way that we can get free from daddy without absolutely ruining our market. And so this is a long-term consideration, sorry. What is this? Okay, it's just, okay. Let's see if we can establish another colony. We don't want to grow there. Metaverse, non-need for travel, perfect. This guy's thinking outside the box. This is the exact go-getter attitude we need. Are our landings really gonna fail? Okay, this one's getting through. The good old double landing, unbeaten. It's wild that he has troops unused though. We do want to add more construction. We can get up to 50 here, or 500, sorry. And we can fix all these numbers and make them multiples of 10. That's how we drew it up. That like just has to just be like terrible to do. And then we will expand these for when we get throughput of shift work eventually, because we're coming up on that now. Shift work is such a tech that's hard to appreciate how good this is, especially as a newer player, I think. And then we're gonna push here. Of course, we do have employment problems here, but we also have a ton of migration. I guess we'll try and 51 some tools some other place, I think. Let's find our tallest tool thing other than there. It is in Attica. Okay, so we'll try and push. Are you fully employed? Kind of. We'll try and push Attica up a little bit. We're gonna push it to 31. I think we're gonna put a railway in there ahead. Try and deal with this. Generally speaking, people are becoming more and more open to nuclear in your experience. The biggest issue, don't you live in Europe though? The biggest issue is infrastructure basically half a century old and we have lack of experts in the field. Yeah. We gotta put the... Daddy is not... I should probably focus up here, right? Because Daddy doesn't care if we win this war or not. Oh wait, they can't enforce independence? Just kidding. We're super fine. I don't need to focus up at all. I thought they just needed to... Oh, they probably need to have us not occupying any of their territory. Okay, that's fine. We're good. You live in Appalachia? Wow. That's definitely a region in the United States that's significantly different than other regions in the United States. Because electric cars are nice, but the batteries process is harmful, so that's not general. Yeah, the electric cars are... We're gonna pause because we have a lot to do here. Yeah, the electric cars are not necessarily... I forgot in my like arable land video, by the way, to include the fact that the PMs for rice labor saving are worse. But oh my god, I lost my train of thought. Tragic. Electric cars, yeah, public transport's just better than electric cars, like full stop in terms of environmentalism. So, or getting people to bike. So having like an infrastructure that's more bike friendly would also help. Air travel's also polluting. Yeah, air travel's really bad in terms of pollution. It is a significant upgrade from, like, driving, though, right? So, like, the upgrade from, like, air travel, or from driving to air travel is enormous. The upgrade from, like, public transit to private transit, if you even want to call it an upgrade, is really marginal, I think. So, like, I would rather push, you know, American cities to become much more public transit friendly than necessarily trying to get people to not fly. Do the long-term bias against nuclear that we hard follow in Chernobyl and the 3 Mile Island? Yeah. I'm gonna swap all these over. We're just gonna do this by hand because we're not sure of all the PMs that might potentially be, like... There's a lot of PMs is what we're trying to say. We're gonna keep the labor saving however that is. Public trams... I think we're gonna go independent artists, try and get powerful on the Intelligentsia. We're gonna go philosophy department, definitely. It's a problem that we were not on it before. We are also going to delete. Oh, we gotta do one of this. Oh my god. Rip the dream. Alright, all these are all on rails. We're not using steam donkeys anywhere else. We got a mix here, but we don't really care about that mix too much. We do want to get these onto vineyards. And we're all on soil enriched. I guess we're just kind of chilling with kind of mostly all the right PMs. But we have a lot of work to do as well in terms of, let's see if we have any, well, we have isolated. Let's de-isolate this. We don't have anything there, so we'll put that in the back of the queue. And we'll put that in the back of the queue. And then we also need to probably get a whole bunch more, government administrations. We're going to put them down in the capital. So we're going to put up 7 at the front. And we're probably going to make a push for 51 for the economies of scale that we're about to get. But we also have to do the incorporation. Oop. Incorporate state. And we might want to even move. You wish you lived in Europe? Yeah, Appalachia is... I guess I don't know too much about it, but if I were to choose where to live in the United States, that probably wouldn't be my first choice, not to try and rip... I actually would just very strongly want to live, like, coastally, which I do. So... Trabzon, I think, is partially Greek. So we're going to do something like this, and then finish incorporating the rest later. We're going to incorporate all of it. Not too worried if some of these are 20-year incorporations. I think some of them should be, right? Just 5-year. 20-year, yeah. But we don't care too much. You only live 100 kilometers from Chernobyl and you're fine? Yeah. A lot of people who are involved in Chernobyl are really not fine, though. We're infamous, so we can actually just chill for quite a while. So I'm going to catch up with chat here. As we look on Joy on our Byzantium, we probably will want to annex these guys relatively quick. Albania? Just in Albania? Or this? We'll take that. Well, actually, no, we shouldn't have done that, because we want these guys to be happy. Oh, they're happy anyways. So that's good. I guess we can go universal suffrage, but we'll piss off the industrialists. We are out of laws that make the industrialists happy. Ugh. You hate to see it. Oh. We have industrialists of the right type, so we're going to compulsory primary school and make them happy. Big ups. This is going to make us a lot of money. Oh, we're hemorrhaging money out right now. This is kind of uncomfortable. Is it the level 51 uni? I don't even think that's in yet. I think that's still in the queue. Yikes. I mean, the Kebab's not paying us money anymore. Oh, we have to delete a ton of their military, don't we? Yep. Okay, so let's do... also want to subsidize everything. I always forget that on when you conquer a bunch of stuff. We're specifically going to delete stuff down here. We're going to delete that, I guess. I guess we don't have too much, as much military to delete as I thought. Kind of like having everything be multiples of 5 though, so we'll just nuke a bunch of these. Definitely want to nuke the Basara. We're going to keep a lot of them up here. Konya, we're going to nuke. I'm not sure what theater Cyprus is in, so we'll just kill it and not have to worry about it. We'll keep some of these around. We definitely want these Mosul, all this to be Aleppo also. But I don't think this fully captures why we're having problems here. Kars, I think, is also up there. So, what else is going on here? Goods for government buildings went up, government wages went up. Goods for military buildings go up, military wages. Welfare payments have gone up, subsidies. I guess welfare payments are part of the problem as well. We can, of course, decrease military wages. I don't think that's overall the problem. I think we'll build into whatever's going on and integrate in. Oh, also, all these people aren't paying taxes, and we have to get them on taxes. That's also a big thing. Why build all the universities in one state? Okay, we'll come back to that in 1 second. Elevators are the transport of the world? Yeah. Your only concern with nuclear is recently all issues with our rail are terrible, but I can see private companies skimming in the name of profit. So my main concern with nuclear is, like, if it's attached to the grid, that's actually terrifying, because, like, a cyber attack to, like, cause a meltdown is, like, a little bit scary, but I think you can obviously do something about that. So, the reason we build all the universities in one state is because qualifications really aren't that important to try and get. You're really not building it for qualifications, you're building it for the innovation, and when you build it tall, you get a huge throughput bonus, which increases the input goods, and it increases the outputs. It doesn't increase the wages. Almost all the cost of a university is in the wage, and so getting a throughput bonus on the universities is absolutely essential. Like, it's so important to chase throughput as regards to the university, because it's just like, it increases the cost of, it increases the amount of paper you're consuming, and it increases the output by the same percentage, but it doesn't increase wages, and so it makes them so much more efficient, and you really want to build them tall, because this will allow you to really push the innovation up. I think I think are going to be deficit spending here, so I think Byzantium reaps the reward, even though we would be happy with a powerful trade unionist. We could even increase taxes here now that we have a bunch of pops that aren't, we have a bunch more peasants now, again, which we didn't have before, so I think I like that, actually. The throughput bonus? Yeah, exactly. Not enough people there. If you build it, they will come. There isn't enough people, that is correct. But the migration attraction is really high, and we have a mass migration event. I agree, though, in a general sense, if we were uber min-maxing and I wasn't trying to interact with chat and maintain a decent speed on the game, I would pay a whole lot more attention to how many pops are in place. But for the most part, if you build it, they will come, and you do want to build in... The reason why we're building it in the capital also specifically is the capital gives a plus 50% modifier, capital state, gives an increased modifier to universal pop political strength, and so we are giving more political strength to the Intelligentsia who are employed in the universities, and we are trying to keep the Intelligentsias over 20% clout or over 18%. That way we can double their propagandist bonus, which we want to try and get. So we're probably going to try and pass a law to make them happy in just a moment, but this is why. We're also building it in the capital specifically, in addition to why we're building them all in one state. And so this is kind of, yeah. Rural Midwest is great for introverts. That probably tracks. I mean, it's certainly, if you're going to stay at home, you might as well stay at home where it's cheaper to stay at home. Elevator is the best transport in the world. Like, we're an impoverished region to such a degree that it's hard to say it's even been treated like an actual part of this country. Yeah, that's my understanding of Appalachia, but my understanding is also incredibly superficial. And shift work, yay! We got strip mined for our coal and then abandoned at the first opportunity. Sounds about right. So the only reason you'd be concerned regarding a cyber attack and triggering a meltdown is knowing America, we would consider that ample justification to inflame mad. Well, there is a decommissioned nuclear plant, like, really close to San Diego. is like what I think of when I think of nuclear. Which is like a major... Not that like a meltdown in Appalachia is okay, but you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I think we dominion these boyos soon. We already are on like a ton of infamy, but I think we just take a save and go for it. I know we're trying to decay, but Transvaal is really important to get. It's really valuable. We'll send an 8 stack and a 20 stack, and then we'll finish catching up with chat. Sorry, I'm trying to play, and yeah, you guys understand. Can you increase government wages and check if uni wages have increased? They will increase. I can show you though. So currently wages are at 55k. Oop, that's not where I wanted to go. I might have to wait for the Monday after. I don't even have to wait for the Monday after. They're just like up 20%. And notably, this government wages I don't know what even word I'm trying to say. Includes the construction centers, which is like basically one of your biggest expenses. And so I used to like be a fan of increasing this. I'm not as much anymore. We'll try and decrease taxes once we get a lot of these incorporations in. So in about 5 years. And we're not super, we're not being super optimal with these incorporations. Like, we could be a lot more sweaty about it, but I'm not, just because for watchability reasons. But if you were trying to model how I play, I would not do it like this exactly. And then we'll 51 this. Again, the same idea as the university. We are really chasing... Look at the wages are a huge portion of the inputs. And so you can get an enormous amount of administration once you really push the economies of scale throughput bonus. Because the economies of scale, and this is like one of the most important things to understand the game, it has increasing marginal return. So when we build this 31st building, we'll increase the throughput to level 31. So the 31st building will count for 130% of the building itself, and all the previous 30 buildings will get an additional 1%. So it's like the 31st building's worth 160% of the building, and all the way up to 51, the level 51 building will be like 200% of a building, because it's going to be worth 1.5 from the 50% throughput, and the previous 50 buildings are worth, what is it, 100 and... are worth an additional 1% for a total of 200%, and this is why it's really important. If gov wages and can you check increase gov wages and check if uni wages? It would gov wages and admin unis and construction centers. Yeah, exactly. The Russians are bombing uni in Ukraine with a nuclear reactor. Hey, if you watch the recent news, they're bombing themselves too. little bit of an awkward situation there. We'll put in war reps, and we'll put in ban slavery. We're going to actually put ban slavery as primary. We want them to back down because we have additional like war goals on them, but why don't we put open market as well? But we are less likely to get a thumb in our pie if we are doing that to them. We're going compulsory primary school. I think we will actually want to increase education up. Yeah, so this is going to be a really nice inflection point as well, because we want to increase a lot of our institutions, and once this gets 51, we should be able to get some institution increases in addition to like what else we're doing. And I think we also want to kind of push the colonization a little bit. This is also going to be really nice. Innovation, we're going to get some overflow. Agrarian Party wins it. Happy about that. Is there a way to make us more legitimate? Ugh, yikes. We're at a weird point. I think we're going to want to probably go universal suffrage just pretty soon here for the voting power. Transvaal backs down. Yeah, baby. So they also banned slavery. Let's go. And now we can mostly just chill. Hello. I don't know how to read Cyrillic. But hello, Mr. starts with, looks like an M, but it would not be an M because it's a different language. It's been wild because the whole war there, he has just been wild incompetence on the part of Russia. Yeah, and I think that the weird or interesting thing is, like, Putin specifically was probably not even remotely aware of the level of incompetence until, like, now, which is kind of amusing. Alright, so we don't really care about... I think we just want the raw chance here. As far as trying to go for Mare Nostrum type stuff, man, I really want to do something against Great Britain, though, here, like, kind of early, where we go for, like, South Cameroon, Gabon, because it's, like, it's so strong early on, and then it, like, becomes much worse, like, later, right? Oh, we have a ton of interests now. Happy day. Well, something like this. It seems fine. Literally before the war, they were seen as a genuine threat. Now they're a paper tiger with nukes. Yeah, paper tiger followed by with nukes is a weird sentence. I don't know if that's ever been... At least seems to be from the perspective of the average person. Yeah, the thing about... Like, Putin is also more the problem than anything else. Like, I think it's important to emphasize that it's him more so than, like, Russia or Russians. Belgorod inhabitants got lucky. The loose bomb was an anti-bunker bomb, and not... Yeah, they said it left a 65-foot hole. That makes a ton of sense, because they said it left a giant crater, but then, like, I saw the footage of it, and it didn't seem very dispersed, so that 100%, like, tracks. That is big lucky. Maybe we go after Tunis next? Maybe we don't even incorporate all of the Mare Nostrum. Maybe we just get it as subjects. This would be a little bit easier. It's a lot easier with Daddy being Daddy for us. Yeah, because even though we have this infamy, we're still kind of getting away with, like, making some moves. I think the next thing we want to do is annex Zanzibar, though. So let's take a look at the truce. 81. That's 3 years, so we could go after Tunis before then and then annex them. Look to kind of have smaller infamy wars. Oh yeah, Russia... Oh yeah, Russia here read Putin and his administration. Yeah. Oh, we're on speed 1. What are we doing with our lives? Jesus, sorry everyone. I was like, why does it feel like nothing's happening? We'll go up to speed 4 for a little bit. I'm pretty sure I can play on speed 4 and keep up with chat. Maybe, we will see. It'll be a little bit of a challenge. This is going to... I guess we're going to start taking a look at things as well and trying to get industries expanding the way we want them to be. So rice farms in general are actually going to be relatively more efficient, and I'd rather have rice farms than grain farms. And this place already has a decent amount of rice farms and very little other things, so I'd rather have them specialize in rice. This to a lesser extent is also true here. I don't think we want that much cattle industry. I'm looking for a place that just only has cattle. In terms of best practice for agriculture, like, I think millet's also relatively good as far as the grain goes. We don't have any mono cattle places. I thought there were some... I thought one of these was cattle only. Is it not? Okay. I must be thinking Nejd, which we could go for. It's not quite inconsistent with the goal, though. Alright, do we have any bonuses? I don't think we have any throughput bonuses here in Ottomans, if I recall correctly. Okay, so we want to try and make it so each place has one thing they're building tall and auto-expanding. We will make it glass for here. So we'll build a few, or we'll build one, or we'll make it glass here, actually. We'll make it clothes here. And we're doing this to push economies of scale. Yikes, we kind of don't want the arts academies to be a thing as much. We'll just put tooling workshops in instead. Textile mills, sure, we'll put you on auto expand. We put this on the millet, or the rice farms. This we could specialize in wheat farms. They only have 2 wheat farms. Maybe we'll put a pin in this one. This we probably want to specialize tools, and also the coal, just have this auto expand. I think we don't have too much lead, so we'll do a little bit of a lead one here. This one we can do logging. And I know that we just conquered all these states, so they have really poor construction efficiency, but that's... I'm looking to just kind of try and set stuff up. More so than, like, necessarily have everything solved. Ooh, we definitely want this to be focused on that, because we are going to get pump jacks relatively soon here. And so, we don't really mind as much going agriculture focused. Like, we could also are kind of set up to have throughput on tea here. And we have a lot of Turkish people who, if I recall it correctly, are obsessed with tea and they hate alcohol. So, this is going to be something that's kind of nice. Is there a reason to not lower government wages? I mean, it makes people upset. It makes the intelligentsia weaker. You get minus prestige. To be honest, I should probably play with this more. I just kind of like doing this. I mean, it will increase the relative power of the industrialists. It will decrease consumption in your economy. In general, we're kind of trying to decrease taxes as the game goes on, but like early on, yeah, having low government wages is probably good. Okay, what's going on now? All right, let's take a look at this play. Let's declare neutrality. What is this? Alright, I think we want to declare neutrality on this. But it looks like everyone's involved in some sort of party, so maybe we can just go for Tunis now. We're just going to take a quick save and Dominion Tunis. Yeah, another one is like, we also want the bonus from the Intelligentsia, and it lowers the happiness, and we'll have a lagging negative effect on the happiness. Because they will have lower standard of living. But I think early on, it's probably a good practice to lower it, but with the idea that, much in the same way, having high starting taxes and then lowering them is good, is probably even more pronounced. Like, government wages, you should be looking to raise them up from the lower before you're, like, lowering these taxes, I think. Because we do really care about the Intelligentsia bonus. This bonus is really good. We're bummed out that we're not getting it. As soon as we get compulsory primary school, we will swap so that we're getting this. While also lowering the amount of money in your circulation and therefore lowering your income. Well, it doesn't lower... It lowers your GDP a little bit, but it raises your income. Right? Steel railcar is a big one. I think we are on currently wooden rail cars, so this will be an easy swap. I hope we're on wooden. I think I had a short release today. Yeah, we're already on wooden, so this will be an easy swap. We will just start swapping it in a few places at a time. I think Thessaly is the biggest one. We'll just swap it in, like, kind of all the over here places. Maybe this is not the most efficient way to swap it, actually. Yeah, let's take a look through here. And Ayadin, we'll swap. Just kind of looking, we've swapped like 19-ish. How many do we have total? So we've swapped a third. So we're gonna just kind of take a look what happened here. Italy sided against us. We could get Russia to help with... I really hate that you can't get your protectorate, Boyo. We're gonna offer Italy a Tunisian treaty port, I think. No. Actually, I think we can just land Tunis and force on them and then peace out of here. I think we're fine, actually. I think we can do this more. I think we're okay. Have we tried Amazonia? No, we haven't. Not to say you want to see people lose their lives. I don't want either. Jeez, that's a way to start a sentence. But I think it would be interesting to see the U.S. fight a peer or near-peer enemy. We've been fighting a lot of insurgent wars. Yeah, if we fight China... Let's just think if we want to put anything in here. I don't think we want to put any war goals in on Italy. Actually, we can just capitulate. Oh, we don't even have an interest in Italy. I mean, we could load and put in releasing something. I don't think we ever enforce that, so it's kind of whatever. It would be interesting, I guess, like, just thinking about it. If we fight China, everyone loses, though. Like a conventional war. I think even then it won't be as conventional wars have looked in the past. Like, even the war in Ukraine is demonstrating that, like, a huge reliance on drones and artillery, as opposed to, like, more conventional-looking combat. Like, it's just about knowing where people are and then shooting from far away now. Which doesn't change strategically at all. I guess we're gonna... also just raise all the conscripts and do this stuff as well. Or not all the conscripts. We're gonna raise some of the conscripts, though. Oh my god. My brain. We're gonna activate all the generals, and then we're gonna activate some of the conscripts in areas that we know have relatively low SOL. And then we're gonna try and land Tunis and enforce on them. And we mobilized everyone because we do need to defend against Italy landing us. And I'm hoping the 40 stack is good enough. We might have to reload if we just get absolutely riggedy wrecked. I think we are okay. But like just barely okay, so this would be a bit of a sketchy war. We would have, if we were playing on Iron Man, we would have asked someone for help in this war. You mean yes, but no. But just due to effect on demand, I am rarely in a situation where you lower wages and the amount of money I'm losing actually goes down. It goes up, actually. The amount of money I'm losing. I think it would actually go down, but I'm not 100%. Because I know increasing wages definitely makes you lose more money. Like, it's more expensive to keep this up, and I think this is just an inverse of that, so... But we're now hemorrhaging a ton of money here. But we have a ton of extra... Yeah, okay, let's come in and finish incorporating everyone. Also, when we finish incorporating all this, it'll lower the normal wage by quite a lot. Which is a big deal. I think we would really like the Suez Canal. And we have a bunch of extra bureaucracy right now. We need to have an interest in the region. Fair enough. So let's do this. And let's also increase our institutions a bit. This is what we were talking about earlier. We're going to kind of pop off in that, or try to at least. And then we're also going to come in here. Not going to increase Social Security, though. Social Security, big nervous about that. There are 3 ways to count GDP. Which ways would you consider for counting GDP? I mean, there's this, but like, you mean income? But also you are bad, aren't we all? What was your favorite run so far in Victoria 3? It's hard to say. There have been runs that have been interesting for like different reasons. I would say my favorite countries to play are Japan and Egypt. You had a lot of fun with Communist USA fighting a reactionary rebellion and only having the Northeast and West Coast for myself. Interesting. We did a Communist USA run, but it was on like a really early patch when the trade unionists were bugged. And they were bugged to like overflow approval into the negative. And so we like the run got bricked by a bug. So this is why we have a bunch of guys mobilized, by the way, and just sitting at home. So they can't land us, ideally. That's a lot of boys, though. I think we might activate more conscripts, because that is spooky. Also, this war is going to be a lot more expensive because we're activating so many conscripts than if we, what is it? Words are hard. Than if we got someone to help us. Oh no! Can we get a... Are we getting... Oh, are we just getting wrecked on both landings? We're just getting wrecked on both landings, aren't we? Jesus, that's not ideal. Your favorite was probably your world conquest. Who do you do the world conquest as? It seems... I haven't, like, made a genuine effort to do a world conquest. I'm not sure how doable it is. Or, like, it seemed not very doable to me at the time. If at first you don't succeed... Where's our 11 stack guy? I guess we're just gonna recruit another general in Balkans HQ. And send him in. Well, this guy's got artillery, popular commander, ambitious, and offensive. Normally I don't recruit landowners, but... Oh, we can't land with him. We can only land with this guy now. Tricky, tricky. Alright, we'll try that. Compulsory primary school, hell yeah, brother. We'll try and get that in. I think we couldn't get Messina. Oh, you know what? We probably should go for Sierra Leone so we could do that whole shtick. Maybe it's not important for this. The situation in Ukraine shows how the Cold War could have ended because there are no modern weapons here. There are modern weapons there now. I don't know, the Soviet Union, specifically before Chernobyl, I think, relatively speaking, it was a lot more powerful relative to the US than Russia is now. And I don't think it's close. But I actually think France is the best for doing a world conquest. And that's the what Pelea did. Yeah. You might try that yourself after the next expansion. I was thinking of doing a really high infamy. No! We wanted to be the ones to take Nejd. This is why you take Nejd early, by the way. Because great powers can take it. Tragic. That was actually, like, one of the wars we were considering here. Probably should have done that over Tunis. Damn it. A ton of oil appears there. Although we're kind of chilling with all this Iraq. But yeah, like, I did one, like, 40-minute, like, just kind of testing out France. And this was kind of in response to, like, people, like, commenting about Iron Man. I just, like, day one, got 100 infamy, and then humiliated everyone, every GP, like, inside of 40 minutes without saving or loading. And then I was just like, I don't know, this discussion's kind of stupid. I don't know. It's like... People who talk about, not that this is a lot of the people who are complaining about Iron Man, but the people who complain about Iron Man, and then, yeah, we get our landing in, baby. The people who complain about Iron Man and then talk about their France run, it's like, I don't want to hear it. If you complain about lack of Iron Man, and then in the same comments you talk about what you did as France on Iron Man, it's like... The game is dramatically different if you're playing a GP, like one of the top 5 GPs, than if you're playing like an OPM. Like, in terms of how bad the system of, what is it called, is for you. Oh, this is gonna suck. They're gonna actually... God damn. Kind of underestimated how fast these guys could get there to help out. So it looks like we're going to need to do repeated landings. And we're probably going to get kicked off and then have to re-land and this type of thing. We might even want to... Skirmish infantry is actually pretty good at advancing, but we might even want to be defending this front. What about the healthcare institution, expanding it? It's not too... So is private health insurance, so it's not extremely... strong at this juncture. I've generally been underwhelmed with that. I think I'd rather expand colonial affairs, because right now we would love to have like a higher loyalist density, because like, for example, we're not getting the Intelligentsia bonus. Let's actually try and get that with a law pass right now. I think that'll be a little bit tough. Will they like this? Nope. I don't think they care about private versus public. Yuck. There's like nothing they want. Except for maybe this. But this will only take them to 9. It won't take them to 10. Don't hate protected speech, though. We're not going to really bolster or massage Cloud. I guess we could do this just to try and get the Intelligentsia, the other one, their other bonus, and get a little bit closer. Unfortunate. In your campaign, become the second great power. It was a fun campaign. Your goal was to become the second great power? Who as? As Greece? Satellite remote sensing observations would make the US-China war really one-sided. Also, China's quite boxed in. I don't know about that. Because China would want to take Taiwan, right? This would be the war goal, to put it in, like, terms. And I think that they could take Taiwan. And I don't know if the US could remove them from Taiwan very easily. So they would take Taiwan and they would say, it's ours now. And then just not want to engage in any further hostilities. And we would have to either uproot them or just let them have it. And I think that would just be a war of them just waiting out the US's desire to take back Taiwan. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even sure we, like, quote-unquote, win that war. Even, like, if it was a direct conflict, like, to the finish, that no one can use nukes, I think the US obviously wins, but, like, the realities of, like, what actually is being involved here, I think are such that, like, can the United States stop China from taking Taiwan when China has a bunch of military in the area? And would have, you know, it's not like the United States has parked its navy outside of Taiwan, because that would look very hostile. And so with the current situation, if China could take Taiwan, then they just have to sit on Taiwan and prevent the US from taking it. And it's like, how much does the US want to commit to that sort of thing? You know? And so, like, I think it's more big tragic thatNej is getting taken here. But, yeah. I don't even know how to pronounce your name. Emetoris? Doesn't like playing nations bigger than Persia. Yeah, I am kind of with you on that. I also really have... I've played a lot of OPMs now, because that seems to be... When I run polls for what people want to see, they always pick the OPM type starts. And I'm actually kind of sick of playing, like, these, like, super anemic starts as well. Like, the middling... like powers I think are a lot more interesting, because a lot of it's just waiting and ramping up, and then like, oh, I'm gonna take this, and then I'm gonna take this Bahrain for the millionth time, and then I don't know, it's like the same run over and over. Come talk about Iron Man when it's a Krakow Iron Man run. Yeah, wrecked. Cuck streamer gets wrecked by his chat. Asking for Iron Man Krakow run. That would just be an exercise in patience. You know what I mean? Because you would just have to keep restarting the run every time it gets bricked, right? And then, yeah, that would just be exhausting. Because it would just be a matter of, like, getting to the point where you could declare a war, and then you're, like, rolling your 6-sided dice, and on a 5 and a 6, like, you get the war you want, and on a 1 through 4, you start over the run, and so it would just be an exercise in patience, rather than... Taiwan is an island nation, not necessarily something China could easily take. I think China could easily take it. They've built up a whole bunch of, like... Off the shore of Taiwan, there's a bunch of military bases that have been created by China as well. And I think China would establish air superiority, like, within days, if not hours. And then, I don't know, the US just isn't maintaining, I think, a large enough military in the area. I don't know. I guess I don't know exactly, but I feel like China ought to be able to take that. And then force us to have some problems. Oh, we didn't even prep the boom booms. Let's see what we got. I think maybe we can just turn this... Well, let's just click the button and hope it works, you know what I mean? I forget which one of these it's the least efficient for. Look at me doing a bunch of spreadsheets and then not remembering anything. Fantastic. We're just gonna turn on these for now, and then we're gonna find where we have the most boom booms. Oop, we of course do want to build. Oh well, we have issues in these places. Where do we have the most boom booms? We're going to look to get more economies of scale there. Well, we have a ton of negative infrastructure there. We'll do some of that action, all that. I love how the auto queue is actually pretty good at keeping up the railroads, though. That is, in terms of QOL, just like making the game more playable, that is an enormously big positive change from 1.2. You don't think that they'd actually be able to make landfall, and if they did, take it, Taiwan is too strategically important for us not to go full bore? I don't know about that. I think the resolve of the US people is fickle, to be honest. Now, why can't we research the Nile? Do we not have a... I'm pretty sure I remember declaring an interest there. Well, I did declare an interest there, but I guess we just couldn't support another interest, so that's unfortunate. Looks like we are getting an enforce on here. I am a show. US would just let China take Taiwan, but US would blow out TSMC first. What's TSMC stand for? I think the United States would eventually just let China take Taiwan, but I think that we would impose sanctions, punitive sanctions, and I think overall it would be bad for China as a consequence, would be my thing. US has its navy in Japan and Korea, yeah, but that's like... I also don't think, like, the US, like, public sentiment has, like, the resolve. Like, if you think about who has a legitimate claim on Taiwan as well, you know, so if you... A meter. Okay, A meter. I gotta catch up with the chat instead of play a little bit. Here, let's hover this over. They need to add more flavor to the game. Delicious. Has anyone made Broken Nations mod? That'd be fun. I would love to play that too. So if there is a... what is it? Taiwan is this island here. In this game it's called Formosa, but it's Taiwan. It's also called... I mean, it's like also called Formosa. And like in the 1500s, the Dutch settled it. By settled, I mean colonized and like uprooted people and like took control of it. And then Japan had it for a long period of time, I think. And then in World War II, Japan was forced to give it to China. And then China had the revolution. The Republic of China had the revolution where the People's Republic of China conquered all of China and pushed the People's Republic, or pushed the Republic of China to here. And now that's the current situation. The name of the government of Taiwan is not Taiwan. It is the Republic of China. And the thing that bothers me, or bothers is not the right word, but like... the thing to me that makes it look like a bit like an unresolved civil war that the United States has decided that they want to take the side of the Republic of China on is the Republic of China, and that's i.e. Taiwan, and the People's Republic of China, i.e. China, both lay claim to the exact same sovereign territory. So Taiwan claims all of mainland China as its own sovereign territory. Just something to like, yeah. Oh no, we definitely are. It's just all in North Korea, blah, blah, blah. Not intimidating. Yeah, but it's... I think them not being there immediately makes a big difference. You know, you establish air superiority. It takes time for the ships to get there. Yeah, you agree they would damage the key industries and do an operational paperclip round 2? Yeah. Not directed at you personally, but people complain about you not doing Iron Man, but they do Iron Man France, UK, USA, etc. I really don't care if you do Iron Man or not personally. Yeah, if someone's talking, some like one of the commenters talked about doing Iron Man Greece, right? And so like that's like okay, but like if you're doing an Iron Man GP run, the thing that's annoying about Iron Man is the lack of opacity with diplomatic plays. And so just complete lack of opacity, right? And that is not a big deal if you were playing on a GP. That's like just kind of whatever. You know, I mean, it's not fun, but like, it's our next war is gonna be for Zanzibar. It's not fun, but it's like, it's not that's substantive of a deal. Ugh. Don't like this. I think we're just gonna run this negative. But that's -4 Oppo approval. That's a lot. That's not a small number. We would be getting the Industrialist bonus. Ugh. Alright, we're getting rid of this. That's uncomfortable though. We are like starting to hemorrhage some money, but see, now we will be getting their doubled bonus for the increased investment pool contribution efficiency. We wanted to get the Intelligentsia's bonus. We had some trouble. Getting rid of the tax though might be able to help out with that. We're on protected speech now. We basically have no authority. That's like one of the disadvantages of protected speech. I don't always like to go it, but also we're behind on text, so this should be fine. Taiwan makes semiconductors? Yeah, we would start World War over Taiwan. I don't know about that. You have no doubt over it. I have some doubt. But I think we want China to think that we would fight to the bitter end over Taiwan, right? As a means of acting as a deterrent, right? So it is better for us if if China thinks that we will absolutely, like, full send it, right? Because they don't want us to full send it. You're still waiting for Taiwan to retake continental China? Yeah, basically. We're waiting on the resurgence of the Republic of China. You never know, though. Like, Xi is really unpopular right now. And, like, a big selling point for, like, the Chinese people approving, let's call it the mandate of heaven, of the rule in China has been economic growth, which has slowed down. So, like, if there was a, like, sort of revolution, it would be interesting if that revolution was to reinvite the Republic of China. I think China has a semi-legitimate claim on Taiwan, though. Like, but I don't want it to, like, I don't want to oversell how legitimate I think that claim is. But, like, in terms of, like, it's not like it was, you know, Taiwan that broke free from China. It was China that was chased out by revolutionary China. You know, that is the government. It's not like the people who broke free from China and, like, wanted to have their own thing. And so, yeah. You mean general population, yes, would not be down, but U.S. propaganda machine spits out quickly and is wildly effective. It's not very effective at doing this whole support for Ukraine bit, because a big chunk of the government, I think this is the most just involvement we've had, and a big chunk of, like, public sentiment is not very behind the Ukraine war anymore, because it's gone on longer than 20 minutes. Alright, we are gonna do our, why can't we do our thing? Do we need the Canal tech first? We need civilizing mission first? I guess. I mean, we're gonna go this stuff first before that. We're gonna go pump jacks into mutual funds and then steel frame buildings, I think. Regarding the game, though, I was thinking of doing some video with Divergence's mod, and that would be dope. I don't know what the mod does. Could you let me know what it does? Because I have been looking to play some modded games. To be honest, I'm a little burnt out on vanilla, or not Crusader Kings, Victoria 3. But I understand that my entire channel is Victoria 3, so it's not like I can just play other games. Although people seem to like the Crusader Kings 3 one start that I did. How do you break a personal union with Norway? I'm not sure exactly the mechanics of personal unions. I'm guessing it's a war, but that's also just a guess. So in May, in 1 year, we get to declare war, and we're super infamous right now, so we can kind of just chill. Hey, we're starting to look good again. This is, I think, largely off the back of the fact that we're just incorporating all these, and we're getting incorporations through. Not these over here, though. So, reincorporating into Byzantium. It was some time ago thought Taiwan also claims Mongolia. They claim the exact same territory. I think China also claims a portion of Mongolia. But I don't think they're going to start a war over it. Ukraine taught us to not give away nukes for protectorate status. Facts. Yeah, that was Ukraine's big mistake, believing they could trust Russia and the United States, because what was implicitly implied by that pact to give away the nukes was that the U.S. would protect them, and we have not done that. Or, well, I mean, we're sending weapons. I guess that counts. I'm uncertain to what degree people want to count that. You know what I mean? Let's add some construction because we're making a lot of money now. And then we're gonna try and push some of the more key industries, specifically the resource industries are really efficient. And we are gonna be coming up on pump jacks in just a second into, you know, mutual funds. So I think we are gonna make kind of like a big push to do more agrarian stuff. And I think that I think this actually might be a timing window where switching to be more agrarian when you research these two techs might actually be good, but I haven't tested with this very much, so looking forward to testing with that in just a minute here. Without Bulgarians, Ukraine would have fell. Interesting. I have not heard that before, but you are also from Ukraine, so I assume you know much better than I. It's an alternate history mod with a bunch of different nations. That sounds dope. Maybe, are the game mechanics exactly the same? Have I tried One Proud Bavarians mod? No, but I've had someone tell me that I should be playing on Iron Man and OPB's mod. Which I thought was a weird to suggest the two together, but like also I don't know what the mod is, so like maybe it makes a lot of sense. If it fixes diplomatic plays, then it's very intriguing. We're gonna have to add even more construction. Are we really gonna get off 1K construction here off this? That's crazy. You think the thing with Ukraine, the people who have a problem with it are Republicans? It's not all Republicans, it's important to emphasize, but they are also funded from Russia, so it's weird to see people who are anti-USSR be pro-Russia. Yeah, that is a little weird for me. Mitch McConnell, notably, has been very strong on helping Ukraine, but he's hurt right now. Or he's having some problems. We have insufficient tax capacity? No way. Where is this exactly? Right. I think we're just going to max this out for economies of scale throughput as well at the back of this queue here. Bulgaria gave a shitload of ammo. Yeah. Oh, it's an actual, oh god, actual mood though. I've only been able to stream a few times this week, and I was playing some Borderlands to chill because I had to work 8 days straight and didn't have the mental Vic 3. Yeah, I mean, I've actually been playing a decent amount of Civ 6, and I just haven't been making any content with it. Because that seems like a little too divergent. I think it would just clutter up my, like, stuff. Basically no viewers, yeah. Divergence of Darkness is a complete history mod where things are very different, but the mechanics are all the same, yes. And the fully isolated Ukraine and take away nukes. Shit ton of ammo, we already said that. Pretty good, yeah. From what I've seen, it's mechanically the same, but haven't played it yourself. I'll have to take a look, because if the mechanics are the same, I get the feeling that people do not want to watch me. Most of the people who are watching me, my guess is, are watching me because I'm explaining how to play the game, and not because I'm RPing or whatever, and I don't have, like, a comparative advantage in editing. Like, other people's editing is better, because I do zero editing, and so my guess is that it would not make sense for me to play something that does not have vanilla mechanics. You wouldn't play OPB's mod because it makes too many system changes. That was kind of what I was thinking. Especially the new version from his last video where GPs get claims on your states if you colonize the same state. Interesting. I don't understand how we keep electing that useless man. OPB? Which useless man? Oh, you're from Appalachia, so yeah, okay, never mind. Never met a Kentuckian who didn't hate him, but he just keeps winning. I am a fan of him right now, just for the Ukraine bit. And I am, it would be, if you wanted to categorize me as right or left, I would be left, but I also would kind of just object to the categorization in general, because I'm like a libertarian who like believes in non-libertarian things, and so I think it's hard to categorize me in a way that's like appropriate. politically. I don't think the libertarians would have me. You personally have not played DoD, but you believe the Civ mechanics. Okay. Gotten around playing Civ since the leader passed and really need to. Ace started watching me since I explained the game. Yeah. You're not watching for the cutting edge commentary about Germany's dad bod, I'm guessing. You may not you may not like it, but this is what peak Victoria nation body looks like. We are, of course, here just kind of waiting for this to go through. We should maybe... we're going to take a pause, and we're going to set up auto-expands on all the agriculture. So, here, we don't really want to emphasize livestock ranches kind of anywhere, so we're going to emphasize cotton here, and we're going to put it on auto-expand. And the reason being is we're about to hit pump jacks and mutual funds, which are going to make them actually contribute a decent amount to the investment pool. And so I think that this is the way... Since this place is almost already finished on the livestock, we are just going to have it auto-expand because we are looking to push economies of scale throughput bonus as much as possible. So here we have kind of a lot of levels. We will put this on auto-expand. And we're just looking to have one auto-expanding in each thing. And the reason being is if we have one auto-expanding, it's going to be more dense in that singular industry. In terms of what's being built, and so it'll be easier to push economies of scale. Now we do want tobacco push some places, but I think we just in the capital, or is that in Macedonia? I'm not sure what we're supposed to do here. I think I'm just gonna lean towards getting the throughput on the cotton, but here we'll go tobacco, and we are just trying to make it. And here we'll just go wheat farms. And we are just trying to make sure that we get as good economies of scale bonuses as we can. Although this is like a split state situation. I think that we will let this be tobacco. And we do not have a lot of silk production. We do want to make this be just silk. I think we already... Where's Thessaly? Capital state, I think we will not auto-expand anything, actually, in a capital state. Not that it is going to be profitable anyways. We'll put silk. And we're just coming in, and I think that this is going to be good. I'm thinking I want to do silk here as well. Yep, just silk. Cotton here. I think we already had this on cotton now. This one we could do tobacco. I have to keep in mind we have a bunch of Turkish pops, and the Turkish pops are going to get converted, or not going to get converted, because we don't have much assimilation. But here, this is definitely going T, right? Yeah, it's already on auto-expand. Perfect. This one we'll also put into T. This one I guess we'll also put into T, because it's not going to go to very high levels anyways. That one, I'm not even sure what we should do. We haven't put in much grain. This one, I guess we'll put into this. Maybe we want one doing grain. Grain, I think, is just generally bad long-term, is the thing. I think that importing grain is much better. Put this on that. But I think millet's a little bit better than, the other one. So I guess if it's millet, we'll put it on that. We're gonna do this on that. This already has 2 wheat. We guess we want a little bit of grain. We'll just do it. Oh, rice is actually better. Let's not do it here. Cancel. We'll have you do cotton. And just coming in, and we'll also do the rice. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Oh my god, my viewership tanked while I was doing all that. Let's see, let's catch up with the chat. You haven't gotten around to play a Civ, blah, blah. Bare bones, federal government, and strong unions, count me in. Wow, 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 no, we love Germany bad dad bods, huh? We're about to start a war here with Zanzibar to get another front for colonial expansion. Really would love to fight Great Britain, though. Maybe we actually just fight Great Britain? Is that the way? They're infamous. I think Daddy helps us out. I think we could just take Rift Valley. Actually, I think we take to Kenya, right? And then we also take Gabon. Yeah, we take British Gabon and South Cameroon, maybe? And then we could, like, really cut them pretty hard. Maybe this is the way. God, this feels so derp if it's not the way, though. It's already a ton of infamy for that, but Rift Valley should be cheaper. But it's not a full Rift Valley, so they'll keep colonizing through there, but that will prevent them from colonizing down here this way. So we'll still slow them down, and then Gabon, I think, is the really big one to take. And so would South Cameroon if it's low infamy. It's not. So Gabon, if we go Gabon into Congo, we can force them up. And then Rift Valley as well. Oh, but look, no interest from Germany. Does Germany have an interest in Kenya? We're looking down here. Nope. We could just liberate Algeria. Germany would want to side with us anyways. We could just transfer Algeria. I think I like transferring Algeria. Focus on our Mare Nostrum thing. Are you doing this channel as a hobby, or are you growing enough? It's already monetized. I would like to try and get money from it on a more supportive basis, let's say, such that I do not have to worry about money in other ways. Would be ideal. I don't think I'd be uploading 3 times a day as a hobby if it was just a hobby. But I mean, like, part of it's a hobby, right? Because I like playing Victoria 3. So it's a bit of an interesting question to answer. We're going to transfer subject them here. We're going to see if we can get Daddy. Alright, so it looks like we can get Daddy. So what we're going to do is we're going to go after Gabon and Congo. And Rift Valley. And that's going to be, like, infinite infamy. And then we're going to turn it over to Dad. Now, we can't, if we could possibly land the UK, which I don't think we can do with this Navy action, even if we try and double or triple land, we would put in war reps, but since I don't think we can, we'll see what Daddy wants. If we can't offer an obligation, we can offer Conquer State, and we can offer Constantine. Where is that? Oh, we don't want to give him that. Is that all he wants, really? Man, for realsies? That's all you want? It's Constantine? You don't even have market access to it, my die. Oh, you do, through Tunis? God. And then he'll be in charge of it, and he can just give the most psychotic, like, Mortal end. No, we're just not gonna try for this yet. We're gonna try and get a little bit bigger before we do this. I think it's, this is demonstrative of the fact that we need to expand the Navy, though. You played the Divergence mod, and it's same as vanilla, but the countries are different. Example, Scandinavia, and the problem that it has no coal, making you have to expand it to the east. Wait, Scandinavia has no oil? Oh, coal? You understand that it's just hard to grow on a niche game on Victoria 3. I think that the fact that I'm pushing a ton of Victoria 3 content, I think I have a much better chance growing on Vic 3 than I do on, like, Crusader Kings. Vic 3 is also, it's not very saturated, right? So, like, there's multiple, like, things you need to, like, evaluate. Like, nobody is doing only Victoria. To my knowledge, I'm the only person doing only Victoria 3 content. Do we have boats that aren't getting used? Are we doing the Anatolia HQ? Well, why didn't you say something? How does he have popular commander and he can only lead 9 boats? What's that about? But I think we definitely do want to expand the Navy here. And then maybe we'll be in a position where we could land UK. But I was actually very shocked at when 1.2 dropped. I went from like 400 subs to like 1,500 subs in like a week. And that was very shocking for me. To this day, Hoey and EU4 have order of magnitude viewers on Twitch. I thought about streaming on Twitch too. Someone suggested it. I'm not sure if it's the play though. So we're gonna go after this and we're gonna try and colonize more. Man, this doesn't exactly feel fantastic in terms of like how this run's shaping up, but it doesn't feel too bad either. I think we have to have a big war against the UK and we're gonna try and get Daddy to help us, and then maybe we can find a way to like subjugate Spain, and then we try and get released, and then we go after other stuff. I mean, we still have like another 50 years, right? So it's not too bad. Scandinavia only has 8 coal in vanilla or just in the mod? You very much think that it is being niche is why Victoria 3 is a good choice. That is what I think as well. Also, this game is, at this moment, a bit repetitive. And so while the first few runs are a lot of fun, I think almost everyone who plays this game has gotten super burnt out on just basically doing like what feels like the same thing over and over and over. What is this? So we're kind of waiting on this here. Does Commander general popularity change battle stats? It changes how many guys they could have total in their thing. Look, we can take a look. The big one is, I think it does change. Here, we'll take a look. You're talking about popular commander? It gives you extra command limit. Or is that the one you asked about? Or general popularity changes battle stats? I don't think this popularity changes battle stats, but it will change like pop group attraction and stuff like this if they are the politician. We could try and get the trade unionists powerful. These guys have come down quite a lot, though, so I'm not sure if we necessarily want to do that. The Intelligentsia are super caked up. So... yeah, Scandia feels bad, 8 coal, but tons of wood and iron. Yeah, wood and iron are more important, but... definitely feel bad about the other stuff. Sometimes it takes a specific trait to make them popular, and that can lead to more battalions, but that's about it. Well, yeah, the popular commander trait, I think, is what he was asking about, but, maybe. Scandinavia only has 8 coal and vanilla? Really? And so the 8 coal's here? In Scania. Alright. I have yet to play in any of Scandinavian countries. I actually really want to do a run as the guys who start here, who they've been subsequently annexed. But they're both German and Scandinavian. They're the only country that starts out like this, so you can form the North German Federation and then form Scandinavia, which I think would be really funny. But the start is absolutely horrific. It's like one of the worst starts I've ever tried to do, and so it'd be very like frustrating and like not explosive, and like I don't think it would make for good viewership at the beginning, and no one's ever requested that country, so you hope that they add more government events around scandals, strikes, opposition demands, and secret societies. I think they're going to add like a whole bunch of that type of stuff, yeah. Colonizing a decent clip. We want to get into here, hee hee. That is the point. Man, our construction's been coming up real nicely here. We might have to have a stretch break in a sec, depending on how late people want to go. I know that on my Discord, which I don't have a link to on the stream, people are playing a multiplayer game later, or it's going on right now. It might be going on right now. I might drop in on that. Quill 18 is playing Age of Wonders today. I am unfamiliar with Quill 18. But good for him. Or he might be in my chat sometimes. If that's someone you're... something to which you're referring. So we're gonna get a whole bunch more agriculture stuff output here. I'm excited for this. Ooh, we forgot to turn on fertilizers. Let's do it, baby. A strategy I've been a little bit intrigued with is just not turning on, being on simple ranch, so these guys produce less fertilizer, so that the fertilizer price goes up in order to make these more profitable, so that more of them get built. I've been meaning to experiment with this. May 29th. Maybe you should try it at launch and try and milk some newer viewers. Age of Wonders? Why do you spread construction centers out so much? I probably don't need to too much. A lot of what I'm doing here is relying on auto expansion. I generally try and focus the construction centers first in the place where I have the encourage manufacturing, and then in other areas, but like you should build it more. Part of it is just kind of on an autopilot type of thing. It is really nice to do specifically if you are on wooden buildings. You should spread them out because it is easier to swap to iron frame, which is normally kind of a hard swap because you just swap a little bit at a time. It's like pouring flour in or whatever. When you're like mixing flour into something, you want to pour in a little bit at a time. You don't want to just full send it because it's the amount of iron demanded is absolutely enormous. And so, wait, what is this? Why can't we annex you guys? Because we owe an obligation to Germany, we can't annex our subject. Okay. Well, that ruins that plan. Well, we did expand the Navy a little bit. Let's just take a look. Oh, I also hate that politicians are automatically on here. That's a bad UI choice. I think we have more of the boats in Anatolia. Well, this sucks. I mean, it's basically we need to start fighting Great Britain. Is it? Maybe giving them obligations was not as free as we thought. That's actually kind of annoying because the whole point was so we could colonize in through there faster. I wish they'd shown us when that goes away. Could be able to plan around that a little bit. Well, shoot. So we either want to fight France. We could fight France for this. French Congo and Gabon. I actually like that, because maybe we can cut France out, even if we can't. And France is going to be an easier cutout right now. And they have a border with Germany. So I guess we take a save. Did we already save? We probably already did save. We're gonna take another save. We're gonna read chat a little bit. Age of Wonders 4. Oh, that's a lot of chat. Let's just try and see what this war looks like. We could also conquer Algiers and also Misatra. Because we need to take Algiers anyways, but I think we mainly care about this for now. Just cutting them out from colonization. Because this notably... Oh, I guess they could reland Gabon, so maybe we want to wait until someone takes this little Gabon coast. That way they're fully out. And so maybe it's just chill. We also have a ton of infamy, so let's catch up with Chad here. Let's find something to look at. Let's look at thick Germany. If you're under the age of 12, please consult a parent before looking at how thick Germany is. Scandinavian primary culture gives intelligentsia more likelihood to join agrarian party. Swedish bias? Wait, what? That's in the game? That's wild. It's the only culture-based party joining. Yeah, the paradox is always slipping in stuff for Scandinavia/Sweden. Age of Wonders 4. How many campaigns are you thinking of maintaining? I know with 1.2 you had a ton of runs, but you just wrapped up China and Japan and start on the CK mod run. Currently, I have no campaigns I'm working on Victoria 3, but I often just play the entire campaign in 3 days. And then upload it over time. And so I was thinking of doing a campaign, but honestly, I might just focus on CK for a little bit. I've been thinking of doing a Brazil one. I've been thinking of doing a poll for one. I don't want to do a poll for one unless I intend on doing it, though. So, I'm kind of in a weird spot right now. Because I don't want to... I'm thinking I'm going to produce other content other than campaigns for, like, the next month. Is kind of what I'm thinking. Unless people really want a run. Generally, the run videos also get less views than, like, tutorials and stuff, so I was thinking more tutorials and, disaster saves. Like, I was looking at a disaster save from Burma someone sent me that's, like, this unwinnable war. That's, like, technically winnable with save scumming, and, you can also, like, you can swap to National Militia, so you have to save scum to get National Militia, because he only has time to get one single tick, and you only have time to get a tick if you add, like, 15 war goals on the British Raj or whatever, for this guy's run. Which, it's, like, this absolutely, like, psychotic plan, but you can get, like, up to 400 units if you, you know, encourage enlistment efforts in all your provinces here. But yeah, I was looking at doing that. I currently do not have a run that is... someone wanted me to continue the Romania run, but I don't know if that's necessarily what I'm looking to do. Kind of just waiting on this again. I'm excited to see how these... Look at all these... So look at all this that's happening. This is all the agrarian goods, and it's happening right as we're getting pump jacks into mutual funds. And I think that this timing window, I think that this might be a thing, but we just put in all this auto expansion. I'm very excited to see if this allows us to really push economies of scale without having too much of a negative effect on our investment pool transfer, such that long term it actually has a positive effect. Is Portuguese Africa a good expansion route early game? You generally, if you're going for recognized powers stuff, is generally higher infamy, but this is something you could do. It's in fact something we actually could reasonably do right now. I think that North Angola is probably the best one to take, or taking Mozambique. I think these are both pretty good. Maybe this one's a little bit better, but to answer your question, yes, that's very... Oh. Playa disagrees. I think it's, so super early game, no. But I think that when you are starting to get, creeping a little bit close to getting malaria prevention, then it becomes good. But super early, no. Playa with the flat out no, though. How do you feel about World Council mechanic for Vic 3? It would work, Scramble for Africa events, Geneva Conventions, Asia Colony, and League of Nations. I think that there should be a robust mechanic, So anyone who's ever played a Three Kingdoms game knows that there's like a coalition mechanic. I think that there should be like a huge coalition mechanic when you accrue a lot of infamy that really just claps the crap out of you. At the very least, that like is not right now. Right now, you can just day 100 infamy as France and just conquer the world, like without any problem. Puppet USA as Vietnam, that would be a play. Revenge of the Vietnamese. That'd be funny. Yeah, can't go after these guys. That is a bit obnoxious. Although, the flip side is people can't declare war on our subjects. God, this American Nejd is just... We could just transfer subject it, though. We could save, look to transfer the subject, and see if we can get Daddy to help us out. Is he in here? He is in there. Let's see if Daddy will help us out, because we would really love to have Nejd. And this would be a really nice one, and it's only 2 infamy. So we're just seeing if Daddy will help us. Daddy will help us. What do you want, Dad? You want an obligation, which you already have. So I guess they fixed whatever it was. So we're not going to do this war, because we can't clap the USA ourselves. We could do it with Daddy's help. And it said Daddy looked willing to help us, but he wasn't willing to help us. This is another example of like opacity that's annoying in the plays. Because like, when we look here, or I guess it didn't say that he's likely to join on our side, so maybe that's like just a dirty save scummy thing right here. We'd also love to take this off of Great Britain, but we're just gonna wait for this. Scramble for Africa definitely needs a Berlin Conference type of thing. Geneva Convention. I don't know. I'm not as familiar with like, I want to say lore, but it's not lore. History of like the Scramble for Africa type stuff. Enlistment Edict gives 5% conscription rate from what you get with professional armies, so you have 6 conscription rate is crazy. Yeah, the AI also never uses it. And so it creates this huge asymmetry where you can just, like, in the Romania run, we just, like, played as Austria, we just, like, very comfortably fought, like, Russia and France, or Russia and Great Britain, with, like, 0 problem. You know, off the back of, like, not even full edicting our place, and it's just, like, kind of absurd. I think they made it so that the percentage ramps up slower, though. So I think they nerfed it a little bit. I'm not 100% sure. That's a cool anthem. How do you feel about EU4? I haven't played it since Leviathan. They just released a new DLC, and I feel like there's a lot more viewer potential on it than CK3. I think that is true, but there's another thing, like, going on here, right? In that... forgot to turn that on. In that the EU4 like sphere is super saturated, and we're gonna turn on automatic irrigation in several places first, but not everywhere yet, because we are gonna have engine problems, I think, because we did not proactively build engines because we're interacting with chat and not playing well. That's the one. Okay, so we will, if this is not specializing in engines already, we will auto-expand, and yeah, engines are expensive. We're putting a few at the front, a few at the back. For CK, I'm not sure if there is more viewer potential for EU4, but I would also have to buy like 5 DLCs for EU4, and so I kind of don't feel like buying a bunch of DLCs, because I haven't gotten a DLC since Leviathan. And Leviathan kind of sucked, and at the time, I was like, I'm mad about this. So I don't want to, like, they just shouldn't have shipped that product, you know? Another reason I spread them out is because I like multiples of 5. Oh no, what have I done? I added an extra one. I don't get the lore for Victoria 3. Can anyone explain why the UK is so powerful, why the Ottomans are so weak, why there are so many states in Germany? Please explain, basically. Where did Rome go? Really, I just want more mods where Carthage exists. That's I want only one thing, and it's fucking Carthage mods. Yeah, we're just waiting on this. Waiting on you. Yeah, so offering them an obligation does definitely have a cost for the Germany. We are making such a, large amount of money here. What isn't even the price? This is, the price is pretty expensive. I don't want to turn on the rest of them. But maybe I should. The PMs are just so unbelievably good for this stuff. Where do I even have that can build sugar? I don't think... Yeah, you cannot build sugar. Cotton plantations, super profitable. They're generally the most efficient. Here we can decide, the world is our oyster, we can build anything. We'll build cotton and set it on auto expand. Sugar is overseas, I guess? All this stuff has long since fully expanded the arable land. Oh, I hate this event. Not because it's bad, because it makes... I feel like it makes me read more than any other event. It just makes me check more things to not feel like I'm making a mistake. God, we could trade a moderate for a moderate. Jesus. What an insipid event. Let's see if we have insufficient tax capacity. We do somewhere. Albania, let's go, baby. And then we're also going to look, again, because pushing throughput's really good, we're going to take a look and we see that this place, Ankara, has the highest. We're going to add 5 there at the back of the queue to handle them things. EU4 has a crazy amount of very experienced players that have been playing the game since launch. That is correct. I do not have an advantage in explaining stuff in EU4. 100% do not. And so, like, watching, like, guys like Flurry play the game, you're just like, what? And I was also not a fan of, like, a lot of the exploitative mechanics, like the black flag mechanics or whatever in EU4, but, like, I'm not in a position where I feel comfortable, like, if I played EU4, I would have to, like, play, like, RP, and I don't think that's why people watch me. Not that I think I'm completely unfunny or whatever, but, like, the RP stuff is way better with editing, and I don't edit anything, and so, like, yeah. It is saturated with guys whose success were the most analyticals, Arumba, Flurry. Yeah, Flurry is just wild to watch. I like Flurry a lot. He also seems like a good guy. Like, well, let's not get into controversy. Got it about the DLCs? Yeah. Definitely also, I haven't gotten a single paycheck yet for my monetization, and once I get, like, a little bit of money, I might spend it on making sure I get DLCs, so then I might do some Hoey stuff or whatever. The most recent EU4 DLC is basically just mission trees, no? I think they changed some mechanics. I haven't taken a super close look at it, though, because, reasons. We're still waiting on this to go War with France. I think we are close to finishing some of these motor industries, so let's just swap over our things so we don't forget, because man, oh man, do I like forgetting. I think this will cause a shortage, but the shortage won't last very long if it does. And the PMs are just so good. And then once we hit mutual funds, we will, like, we are hitting some serious tech here. We should be able to pop off pretty hard. And our navy's coming in that we had built up earlier. Let's just make sure that we have enough. We have 51 levels. That's terrible. It's got to be a multiple of 5. But this, like, around 60-ish is a really good number because you can triple land even the UK with that. Although it's, like, not that great. Why not get the DLCs without paying for them? I don't know. I actually like supporting Paradox. I'm not trying to throw shade with that comment. I'm trying to answer it as seriously as possible. I like really like their games, but they are a little bit expensive. But no one makes games like Paradox. Napoleon destroyed France, so Great Britain got to be the colonizer. Facts. Between Red Hawk, Zwelik, Ludi, and the end of the political side, pretty wrapped up, where there's a void of that in Victoria 3. I don't know if there's a market for that in CK3. I think that CK is not a game that you're trying to, like, min-max. I think if you're min-maxing CK, you're, like, I don't know. The game's just super, super easy if you're, like, doing some super exploitative stuff. And, like, it's also just, like, wild and, like, high variance, and, like, CK is more about storytelling. In response to why EU4 would be a good route or not. Yeah, I think I would have, like, not much to offer other than people who already like my content just wanting to see me play EU4, so I'm not categorically against an EU4 run, but, like, I don't think it would be good for the flagship of my content, no. Finish colonizing, please. Campaign idea, forming Germany as Saxe-Weimar. Is that the I want to form Germany as, like, this minor here that's both German and Scandinavian, because I think that would be funny. Because then you can form Scandinavia after Germany. Yeah, he said he would have trouble, he said it himself, that he is having trouble finding content for Victoria 3. Me finding content or finding other people's content? There's really not a lot of content creators for Victoria 3. And I think that's the only reason I popped off. Because I'm not, like, editing stuff a ton. There's, like, no tutorials out there. Like, if someone, I would have to work so much harder if someone wanted to come in and, like, actually put edited tutorials. Like, if someone just watched all my tutorials and then just put in an edited version instead, they would just crush me, I think. With better thumbnails, because my thumbnails are, like, very suspicious. I should just put thick Germany in all of my thumbnails. Just thick Germany only. Let's just take a screen of thick Germany here. This is the new thumbnail for all of my videos. It's just thick Germany now for all things. Saxe-Weimar. He's getting burnt out on Victoria 3. Yeah, so... and also specifically super anemic starts. They are literally, like, the same every time. Yeah. They are... yeah. There's no other word for it. Alright. Man, we are cranking up. Pump jacks is such a big tech. I think this is off of pump jacks mainly that we're just, like, experiencing this. And we can also discover oil, and we can pop off with the oil. Because we have so much oil once it's discoverable, yeah. Forming, surely you're big enough to get the DLCs for free now. What? I don't think that's a thing. I think people just pay for them. I think you're joking, right? Yeah. From Paradox. Paradox, I got 2K subs. Hit me with it. I mean, I would play... if Paradox gave me all of the EU4 DLCs for free, I would definitely do an EU4 run. But I don't want to pay $90 to do an EU4 run. It's kind of the thing. That's chill. Not saying for him to abandon yeah, I'm definitely not Victoria 3 is definitely, I think, my favorite game in the abstract, and also I think the game's gonna get a lot better. I currently don't recommend it to my friends, because I don't think it's there yet, but I think it's getting there, and I'm super, like, I'm all about it. But he says he'd find a way to grow outside of it as well if he's serious about YouTube. I'm also doing other YouTube, so, it's quite tangential, but, like, I would be super okay with, like, just doing Vic 3 on this and also focusing on my other YouTubes. Because I have 2 other YouTube channels, one where I talk about politics and ideas, and, like, philosophy and mental exercise and this type of stuff, which I want to be more active on. Right now I'm really active on this one, because this one is the one that popped off. If one of my other YouTubes popped off, I would have been more active on that. No defensive packs would have been in. But also, I have a YouTube on lifting, which I'm trying to be a little bit more active on. And the lifting one is actually where I've put in the most effort on editing. Which is basically a non-zero amount of effort. God, it's like watching water boil, right? But we also have so much infamy that, like, we want to get rid of anyways, so it's, like, not a big deal. We're just kind of watching this go up, just absolutely crank up, and then needing to expand construction again and again. I think we're kind of building quite a bit in Albania, right? And then also we want to make it a multiple of 5, so there's all that noise. I guess we could also expand. Alright. It might be time for another 51 uni. So, someone asked, so right now, the Intelligentsia is relatively powerful, and we don't want to actually just blast them into the upper stratosphere in terms of clout, so we will not just add more onto Thessaly. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to look where we have the most labor that's incorporated, which is Ankara, and we'll blast this into the stratosphere. And then we should not be making money after this, but I think 2 level 51 should be good for making us play catch up on tech. Especially, I think what we're going to do is this into maybe reinforced concrete here. And then push for malaria prevention. I guess we might do like feminism first. And then colonizing mission, something like this. Let's just have a brief think. I think we do want... Well, we don't necessarily really need the throughput super bad, so I think we might just do this, and then malaria prevention. And we'll be ahead of time in tech, but that having the extra unis will help us catch up from doing that. Not saying you've done a run of that. If you keep primary culture Danish when you form... you don't get to keep the primary culture Danish when you form Germany? We'll see. So you can't form Scandinavia? I have to double check that. But you definitely might be correct. In which case, it just turns into a Germany run, I guess. I don't know. Is Paradox gives DLCs for free to content creators? Is there a way to apply for that? Like, because if you're being serious, I would be super up for an EU4 run. Probably as Tunis. The classic. Watching this boil. Oh my god, now we're losing money, but we haven't even gotten to the unis yet. Oh baby, we just went to 1K construction and the unis. Let's just see. We haven't been watching peasants. We still have a ton of peasants, so we should be okay. We shouldn't like just hemorrhage money. But we might be kind of getting to the point where we actually want to take Chinese provinces. God, that sucks. I was hoping not to do that this early. I want to do other stuff with my infamy. Really want Daddy to help us clap France here, though. Just trying to get a really, really strong, like, Congo situation. We're gonna go up to speed 4, because we are complaining about feeling like we're waiting. Damn, our guy dies and we lose a ton of approval. That's kind of annoying. We barely have the trade unions, but we do have this. I think it's important, like, I don't know, to emphasize that, like, stacking all these bonuses is just huge for migration attraction, and, like, it just makes your labor so cheap. Like, we're just siphoning them out of Germany. Pay 20k for some prestige, or get some radical academics? The answer to that's fairly obvious. We also do want to decrease taxes. Let's start getting the taxes down, actually. This will help with the migration. It'll help with the fact that we actually kind of want to be losing money a little bit here. And so we might be biting off more than we can chew, but we'll see how things shake out. Switch to public schools for the innovation cap? I don't think, we would not be getting that much more off of public schools. We would be getting 40% education access versus here we are getting like 26 on average. I guess it is, well, private schools will get better in the long term. I don't even, my brain was like completely not turned on when we saw what tech we got, so I don't even know. I think we do want to start turning on some of the labor saving PMs. We're going to turn on steam donkeys here. I don't know why this isn't all on hardwood. Did we? No, okay. Just making sure we didn't finish mutual funds and they'll be like, oh, well, we don't need to switch over anything. That's such an important one. If I recall correctly, tooling workshops, yeah, we're already on some labor saving PMs. Okay. We probably don't necessarily need to be on them, but we just gotta keep in mind that we're on them. Let's just take a brief look around. Oh, we have oil now, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna put it on auto expand. We're gonna put it into tanker cars as well. We're actually gonna come into the resource industries and look to. That's our only place with oil. Okay, cool beans. This place should have be okay on the front of the other stuff now, and I think once rubber nat spreads to us, we'll probably want to go. Oh, it already did. Vulcanization's also pretty big. But it's messing with the plan of trying to push for the malaria prevention. I think we're not gonna research this vulcanization, but I really want to. Actually, you might be able to start a unified Germany diplo play, form Scandinavia. I think you have to be at peace and not be at play. And then when you win, you become Germany. That's pretty funny though. It was rubber mastication. Yeah, it was that explains a lot. Yeah, vulcanization's like a really good tech, but I think we want to get on this malaria prevention kind of faster, and really, I think this is going to be a huge source of power and population, and maybe we won't have to go for a China province if we get all of this sub-Saharan Africa stuff. So I think I like the idea of that, and then of course we're waiting for this to start a fight with France. Actually, is he not at war? We're gonna get it anyways, no matter what, so we're gonna just take a save, and I think we're gonna go for this French war. And we'll force them out of the Congo. We'll get Algeria from them, as far as the Mare Nostrum thing. You know what's funny is we can let Great Britain have this if we just take this coast. Like, they can have this. This is not a big deal. They're belligerent with us? Okay, so Algiers maybe want to be the primary war goal. Ugh. That's so much infamy for Algiers. Damn, can we make them release it? No. Okay, so if we go for Congo and Gabon, and then maybe just look to do something else? We also saved, because if Daddy can't help us, we don't want to do this war. Daddy's... Okay. Daddy doesn't have an interest in the Congo. What are you doing, Dad? So we have... The primary war goal's got to be on something else. Oh my god, those load times. IMO public schools are superior because it gives good education for every pop and not just capitalists and engineers. So that is one thing. It makes the profile consumption of your economy worse. Is another thing though. And it will lower SOL because of the profile consumption of your economy. And let's just take a quick look and talk about it. And you could be right, and the effect could be more, but assimilation is actually a negative mechanic, because if we take a look here, we have Greeks, we have obsessions with wine, meat, and tea, so our people will overconsume these at the expense of their own SOL, which will drive SOL down, which will drive migration down. If we have more assimilation, we will have more pops, or a higher percentage pops, that have all the same obsession, which is bad. And same is true with Turkish. For example, they have that taboo on liquor and wine, so they will underconsume wine, right? And so because these are complementary, we actually don't want to integrate their culture if we're accepting it. It would be preferred, and public education speeds up assimilation. Assimilation is a negative mechanic. But how negative is it? It's like, well... It's not that negative. I wish we could release Algiers too. Algiers is not a releasable, yeah? Just take the treaty port off them in Libya. I think I am thinking that's what I was thinking. Okay. Wait, why can't we start a war with them anymore? Okay. Because we had to unpause. But we could also take this off of them. Actually, you know what? I like this a lot, the Genoa. Because that will make going into Italy easier later on, and we can just land that, and so it's easy to enforce on. That's only in your Greek states that you assimilate. We will assimilate Turkish pops if the Turkish pops are in areas that are not primary culture Turkish. And if a bunch of Han people, so for example, Ankara, I'm guessing, is going to be mostly Turkish, right? If we have enough mass migration of like Han pops to Ankara, and then they convert to Greek pops, and then Greek becomes primary culture, then this will flip, and then we can assimilate the Turkish there too. And so it's not throughout as the game progresses, very often like we will see more Greek provinces like crop up as a result of this kind of like thing that's going on. Meat, wine, and tea. Every obsession is bad. Because pops will overconsume the products. Is the thing. You wholesale. If your primary culture has no obsessions, then you'd be fine with it. But if they do, then you're not. This will also give us a native interest in here, so this will be nice. So let's just take a look now that we have our new interest. So we can take Algiers. We can take, we want to take French Congo, mainly. We have Genoa. Where's Genoa in here? Did you just add another colony? Was that what happened here? I saw another country appear. Looks like we can't... We could put... Oh, Corsica appeared. But not Genoa. But we do want Corsica anyways, right? So we're going to take a save and see what we can do. Okay, we're going to go after Corsica as the primary war goal here. I'm guessing we can't take the other ones off of them because they're treaty ports and the game's stupid right now. And we can't declare a war for a treaty port against France because they're a higher tier person. But once we have the war goal on them, then we can take it from them. Algiers is also maybe better to take, but we're just going to do Corsica, which will also give us... we're just double checking Germany can be in here. And of course, if Germany is not swayable, okay, then wait, why can't we sway you? Oh my god, they have a truce. Rip the dream, dude. There's so much about that can be improved in terms of like UI as well. Because it's like, it's showing us the thumbs up, and then, but they can't. They would if they could, but they can't, so they won't. It's only in your Greek states, meat, wine, and such. Don't they convert to Turkish in the province of Ankara? No, the assimilation's only to your primary thing. And so if we just take a look here, the Kurds are getting converted to Greek, the Armenians are getting converted to Greek, but since Turks are accepted and this is the primary culture of the state, the Turks won't get converted. But if we get like Han migration to this state, for example, and it overcomes the Turkish and then it all converts to Greek, right? Then the primary culture will shift. And so, like, over time, you do see a lot of, not as much as, like, release, but you do see cultures shift over time and become, like, more in line with the primary. So I guess we need to just Dow Great Britain, and we can take Rift Valley now, and that actually would be pretty nice, because it looks like that will cut them out of this side here, and then we can try and cut them out of this other side over here. So I think we're going to look for transferring Algeria as the primary war goal, assuming... Germany can join, and then we'll see if we can get Germany to join. We'll see if Daddy wants any part of this. And he wants banned slavery, cool. And so we are looking to just transfer Algeria, take a few, we're looking to take Rift Valley before Great Britain can incorporate it, which will be big, and also British Gabon and Congo, which will be big, because then they won't be able to come in through here. They'll have to go up and around. And this will slow them down and hopefully be enough infamy. Least cryptic Victoria 3 mechanic assimilation, you're telling me. Alright. So we're going to see what we can do. We are going to take Rift Valley. And British Gabon and British Congo. And hope we can still sway... This is another thing. I wish it was transparent, like how much you could take and still sway people. Because, for example, Germany might decide they don't want to help us now. And since I think we can actually land the UK, maybe, we're gonna go for British war reps as well. This is maybe a horrible mistake. And then we will try and sway by offering banned slavery in Algeria. Fair and balanced. Daddy? Daddy, will you help us? Oh, he's fearful though. German loans. Are you having a midlife crisis, Dad? How are you fearful? Aren't you like the boy? Huh. Well, we're not gonna full, we shouldn't have mobilized on that state. We're not gonna full mobilize, we're just gonna do a pretty big one, not full. Can he really not help us with this? I guess I didn't check all that noise, man. I thought he was still stronger than the UK. Power projection of 6K versus power projection of 4K. Did a bunch of people join? Oh, USA? Okay, fair. Oh, but the primary war goal for them is German war reps, so we don't even care. We don't even care. Tunis sides with Germany. We kind of would have actually preferred that not happen, but okay. We are going to need another admiral here, and then we're going to check, because we haven't done that in a hot minute. Hi, you watch a lot of your videos, says Master of Construction. Yeah, construction's the way to go in this game. We're actually going to move this guy over here. But saw something about Egypt in Search of Nile's End in Journal, but I'm curious, have you not played much of this game and learned a ton from your videos? So, the expedition to the source of the Nile and the Congo River expedition, I have stopped doing these events, and I should probably restart doing them, but you can occasionally just lose your general into the oblivion, and they'll just be bugged out for forever, and I really hate that, and so that's why I don't do that one. So yeah, that is the explanation for that. I hate that this guy is also in charge of the war, which is a bit annoying, but it looks like they're just gonna handle Scandinavia and we'll try and handle all this noise and get some landings off. We will land Rift Valley and look to get that Qing sides with Great Britain. What? Insane. So we of course have a shortage of opium. Well, that's a lot of nations that joined. Yeah, we might be loading. I don't know why this many have joined in on that, but we might be loading just because USA, Great Qing, and all that noise is kind of a lot of heat. I don't know if we can... I don't know if we could take that heat. Also, we're only going to swap publicly traded in the rural areas because we're not sure if we're loading or not. But my soul can't not swap these. Suppose I don't need to swap those ones yet. We will, of course, come on to automatic irrigation. So much better. I can't do anything with this, but the only thing that can be given up is German war reps, and we don't really care if Daddy has some problems, although we do want to, like, try and enforce as much as we can. I think we actually want a couple more generals, so we can split up a little bit more. Yeah, sure, why not? And I think we might just try and, I think triple landing their capital would be psychotic, right? We get rifling. We get... So I think we're going to double land here in Kenya first with Iakos, and also with Agamemnon. Is that really Agamemnon? Wild. And then look to just pick up a lot of this to get ticket war score. The moment you saw half the world with Great Britain, you're like, too many fingers in my pie. Yeah. This is, we're probably gonna load, but I don't know. If we can get all the war goals, we can enforce. And the AI is just horrible about defending their stuff in Africa. So we have like war goals here, we're gonna have the war goals here, and we're gonna have the war goals down here, and so maybe we can just tick them down. It was probably actually a horrible mistake to put in war reparations. Oh no, wait, war reparations has been changed. It used to be you had to take the capital, now you just need to have some of their territories, so we don't actually need to land the like British Isles, right? And so maybe we can get an enforce on. We're leaving our biggest guy at home to defend. And so this war will be super productive if we can get it through, because they won't be able to colonize in through here, and they'll only be able to colonize up here, so it dramatically slows down the UK's ability to colonize, which is going to be big, big nice. And it looks like a lot of the people are not full sending to try and deal with this, so it looks like we are going to get a lot of like productive stuff in. This guy, we will send over here, I guess. Right, because the United States has not sent that many soldiers. It looks like we're, you know, overall winning. The war is more expensive for them. They've got less casualties, but not by a lot. Or they've got more wounded, so there we go. So this war is actually looking like it's going to kind of swing our way, pretty much. That is a large problem, though. Let's see if we can maybe do something about all that. We did get rifles, which is important. Oh, this actually we won on privately owned. Same with this. But pretty much everything else we won on publicly traded. For reasons. Do it because of reasons. What do we have a shortage of other than... I'm guessing it's just the opium, but it could be other stuff as well. I'm not sure exactly what trades. Oh, dyes. Dyes is a big one. Yikes. We'll see if we can import it from France, Spanish. In theory, this is something that they should help out with, but whatever. We'll, of course, take tech. And probably... Oh my god, yeah, definitely tech. Over some juice of that nature. We will want to keep an eye on like how stuff is natural spreading, because it's possible that we want to finish identification documents to make malaria prevention faster, but I think we're just beelining it. Really try to get on this colonization game. That is a big one. So what we will do is... I think we have a 15 stack here, the 13 stack. If the 13 stack's not involved in battle, what we'll do is we'll try and land behind with the 13 stack. Ba-boom. And try and force them out just by them losing the front, not by beating them in terms of combat. We are going to get wrecked in terms of convoys as well over time, but it looks like we're slowly getting an enforcement off. Now, Germany gets to decide when this war is over. Dad decides when we have to go to bed, but we are in decent shape here. South Africa is oof, easy pie, and then removing some eco from them. Is it not worth stopping them to grow in South Africa? Attention to the bad, maybe? They will just re-put in their... If we take something from them here... What is this map? What the hell? Did Cape Colony lose land? What? That's interesting. This normally does not happen. I don't know what happened there. If anyone has seen this before and can explain the mechanic, did they have a native uprising that went back to just Nama in Cape Colony? Because they got wrecked? Well, it's good for us. Is that what you're talking about with South Africa move easy and stop removing eco from them, or not worth it? I know you can't form Germany once you form Scandinavia because it's an empire level tag. But I think you can form the North German Federation and then form Scandinavia. Did you test that? You just ask out of curiosity. So the main reason why this and this is a really good take, and this is a good take, is because it stops their ability to colonize elsewhere through here. Although it looks like they're going to get this, but if they have a native uprising, they'll just get clapped pretty easily here. So, also, it will allow us to colonize. But this is a bit unfortunate that they started colonizing this. They weren't colonizing this at the beginning of the war. But we'll see how we can get things to shake out. We are getting a lot of recruits up as well. And Algeria's fallen. So we're on all the war goals, and so we are decaying them -1 because we control all the war goals, but we do... The Germany's decaying quite a lot as well. I don't know why this is -100. Is it a convoy problem? It's probably a convoy problem. Scandinavia's out. Try and escort convoys here. Ew. And we're just gonna try and... What is this? This is so obnoxious, man. So classic daddy only took the war goal he wanted and didn't get any of the other war goals. We're gonna load, but this is what happens when dad's in charge of the... I'm gonna take a screenshot of that though. Dad sent us to bed without any supper. I mean, maybe the lack of agency there is okay, and it should be the case, but... He didn't even have that big of a negative. But this is why that thing happened, the secession play. That's crazy. Yeah, that's annoying though. So I guess we just try and find a... There's really no really good wars. I don't think we want to just go around slapping them around. I guess we'll damage relations with them. I think we want to be improving. Let's improve with Great Qing in Scandinavia, in the United States and Mexico, and maybe we can just get a little bit better things. British Panama, yep, you're telling me. And we'll just keep decaying the infamy. I don't know, that feels really bad, man. Stupid Germany. The war was also just so perfect. You know, taking this and this and this, like all at this critical point where they're only going to be able to colonize one state. I wish there was a swap all button, but there's not. Although, to be fair, I don't want to swap literally all, but I would just swap all and then unswap the ones I don't want swapped. Are we paying subsidies on transport? Yeah, we're paying a decent amount. So we can try and push the price of, yeah. which will reduce the price of labor everywhere else as well. And it is Daddy's market, so he is a huge driver of a lot of things in here anyways. But yeah, once you get on pump jacks and publicly traded, it's such a big, nice inflection point. Do really wish there was a button for this, though. We're so close to 1K construction, I just can't bear it any longer. You know what the absolute tragic thing is, though? I think Azernum has a bunch of resources. We get rifling. It's like deja vu. We don't want to put it on. Whatever, we'll get this. Get that. Oh, I pressed escape while I was looking at chat. Ripped the dream. Wow, that they're gonna lose this to them. I can't annex this guy because he's a German subject right now. Can't fight Germany because he's too strong. Can we maybe try and protectorate people without having a customs union with them? I think this will be too tough, but... We'll do this and then we'll just delete it. This event's kind of silly. That, like, it gives a negative for choosing no, considering you can just delete. I think we should be able to run additional interest because we expanded the Navy. Yeah. Maybe we want to pick a fight with Italy. We do want Roma and stuff eventually. Let's start damaging relations. Not sure exactly what we do other than bust them up, though. And try and DGP them. Because everything's going to be a ton of infamy. God, this is so annoying we can't do this war with Great Britain because Daddy just won't give us... He'll just send us to bed without supper. And soon he's going to be colonizing out from the Rift Valley. And he'll just have his colonization. And we can't start colonizing. We should have just conquer-stated Zanzibar. I did not realize that when we had an obligation to Daddy, we couldn't annex our guys. Once we get rid of that obligation, though, that'll be good. We're at 1K construction, though. We're, like, cranking up. Like, this line is just pretty vertical. Yep. Of course, we do have this situation, but I think we just build into this and we're super okay. We just ask out of curiosity. I'm still alive, right? Yeah, okay. It's been a while since anyone chatted. And they got clapped, so we're gonna come in to the void. But this is super nice that we can just colonize in through here. Also, Cape Colony is like decentralized, but they got all these buildings still. I guess they don't want to delete the buildings. Maybe they get overridden. That would also make sense. Zanzibar's damaging relations, sure. Could go after Portuguese land. Maybe that's the way. To kind of going after North Angola is maybe the way. Maybe going after Congo is the way. Let's damage relations with them. Let's see if we have insufficient tax capacity anywhere, and let's solve it if we do. We do. Oil discovered in Albania. Hell yeah, brother. That's not really where there is a lot of oil, but also add a bunch of this stuff. This is kind of an uncomfortable squeeze. And we can't really increase taxes, and we can't, well, actually, we can put in another consumption tax, because I think, nope, we can't. We don't have the guy who gives the discount. We would like to have just a little bit more authority so we could put this all the way. Actually, it's going to take a bit more authority. We don't want to increase taxes, though. We might have to. I think we build into this, though. I think we just keep. I think we steady on. And just eat the deficit. We're also notably, like, a big part of this is the fact that we did the 51 on the uni here. And so, which is giving us a ton more innovation. Oh my god, we get a colonial exploitation. Maybe this is actually the way. You should build the unis in an unincorporated state. Hold up. That actually is like 5 head. I'm gonna write that down. Because it's actually just such a big deal. We actually might not want to incorporate this as a consequence. I don't think we're gonna... Maybe we won't do that this run, but maybe this is the way. You know, you take Beijing, you build a university up to level 51, it gets 60% throughput. Hell yeah, brother. Because this is like taking Beijing and not incorporating it is so strong. And so, like, the throughput is just insanely good on this building specifically because 2/3 of the cost that we are paying ourselves is in wages, not in the paper. And so you'd rather just have more throughput. That's insane. That's super good. No, you can't form Scandinavia after having formed North German Federation. Damn, that's unfortunate. Hello from Germany. Finally, you're able to catch a stream. Hey, David, how's it going? Happy, yeah, I'm streaming. I think I'm just going to start streaming every single Saturday morning at the same time and see how things shake out. We're going to look and see if we have a bunch of labor anywhere. We have a bunch in Azurnum. And we're going to establish our industry for synthetics plants there, and we're going to put it on auto expand and publicly traded, and just start getting things off the ground. Let's also push economies of scale and a bunch of stuff in terms of our active queue. So let's take a pause, and anything that's even remotely close to 51, we're just going to crank up. Not that much. That's not what we meant to do. But chasing 51 as a player is really something you should be pretty aggressive about in your industries. I suppose we should actually just see which ones are super profitable first. Just anyone that have over 2 on the earnings we'll look to try and push more than the other ones. So Attica is not that close. We'll add a little bit here and here. Albania, not that close. We'll add a little bit. Again, Thessaly, not that close. We'll add a little bit. This, super close. 38, 39, 40, 41, 51. We'll have to add more to Thessaly and keep that in mind. This will be 35, 40, 41, 51. We're going to have to add a ton of railroads to Thessaly. So Thessaly is also notably going to be having a little bit of a problem in terms of... And Western Thrace, 51 here. I didn't. We're just going to 51 this. And then we're going to add a whole bunch of railways to kind of cover these guys. Western Thrace is going to need a few, and Thessaly is going to need a lot. Although we will eventually get the Metropolitan Railway event. And then we're cranking up. Only Germany. Okay. That's unfortunate. How'd you test that, by the way? Did you just use console commands? What's this? That is ambitious uprising. Hey, you guys should check out this uprising. Have you guys been to Prague? Check it out. Rip infrastructure. Rip the dream. Ooh, I forgot we were trying to switch to steel passenger carriages slowly. I think now we'll just, you know, we're going to keep doing it slowly. Let's just add a few more to steel passenger. We are adding a decent amount of steel production on top of that. We're actually going to need a ton of steel production because we are researching steel frame buildings as well. So, oh city of plenty, party never ends. So I think actually, where's Attica? We will want to push this pretty hard. I guess we'll want to push it in Thessaly a little bit. Well, Thessaly has employment problems right now, so we'll push it in Attica. And this is 33, 34, 35, 41. Oh wait, this is 50. No, this is 41, 51. We'll add some more railways. Top here. Yeah, console commands. If you were doing it without console commands, that would be the most impressive thing ever, but... Another question you have is making Constantinople the capital. We're not doing it because they have less arable land cap, so they will hit overpopulated faster. They will hit malice from overpopulation faster. Because they have less. Also, you incur a penalty moving the capital, but Thessaly has the most total arable land potential. And so it'll be easiest to keep us high attraction. Also, we have the unused arable land here, and we're not using it up. So one thing we're concerned about in general, by having this auto building, some of these, which is kind of something we'd set up and we're experimenting with, is it damages migration attraction. But they'll all start coming over to the capital, so... Well, some will. We're not gonna... I hate that event. That event is just so lacking in any type of, like, substantive flavor. God, we could have had the perfect war against Great Britain, though. Rip the dream, dude. I don't know. Rip the dream, man. But we can fight Italy soon? Maybe? Another question you have, oh wait, okay. You asked the Constantinople question. Yeah, it mainly just comes down to the arable land thing that we care about. Although, I believe Hagia Sophia is like, overall we would rather this building not be here, but, because we don't like this modifier, but, yeah. It does feel nice to switch everything at once, yeah. You're good, how am we? How am I? I'm doing good. Also, thanks a lot for your tip about importing agriculture input to stop the aristocrats from spamming rural buildings. That improved your gameplay a lot. Yeah, that one makes a big difference. And that one's like, I've been thinking about making a video about, like, just, things that are, like, easy to get wrong, like, as a beginner. Like, the first is, you actually don't want to get the national revenue as big as possible. Like, this isn't the goal, which almost every other game, having a bigger revenue or having this be positive is good, but in this you just care about this a whole lot more than like this action. Like I had someone comment on my video that they're not going to take my advice because I'm losing money, and I was just like, well, you need more help than you know, my friend. And then like another one that's like I saw like on a comment recently is someone was like, oh, all my prices of everything are low, so like my economy's fantastic. And it's, no, you don't actually want everything to be low price, because that means your economy overall is like depressed and there's like not enough consumption. And then like the agriculture one is like another one. Is like building agriculture is bad, but the trade is like you're not trading to make money, you're trading to create buy and sell orders, like mostly. Of course, we're in Daddy's market, so Daddy handles a lot of that, but... We are about to get steel frame buildings, and we are not ready to crank up. Oh my god. We are really not ready to crank up. How's our employment here? We should have, like, a ton of available employment. Yeah, we're capped out on the modifier, and then we have all this, so just huge migration attraction. But are things like relatively well employed? Kind of. Not this. That'll change once we put in steel. Rebellious Zanzibar. I'm pretty sure we can't annex Zanzibar still, because we have an obligation to Germany. Deutschland. Super cursed that this, like, did what it did. This was absolutely wild. And then, yeah, I'm pretty excited about this kind of early malaria prevention push. I do it in a lot of the runs. I think it's really strong. We might not even want to go feminism, actually. We'll just do civilizing mission and then evaluate from there. It's kind of the idea, I think. I'm probably going to be ending the stream in 9-ish minutes. So if anyone has any questions and they want to put them in chat, feel free to do so. Unless there's like a huge spike in viewership or something. That is going to be the plan. Synthetic Plants is such an interesting building because it's like it's overall it's not very efficient, but you really like it because it consumes fertilizer and sulfur, which are both things you are more than delighted to have be consumed in your economy. Speaking of, let's put the sulfur on auto expand. Alright, it's time to start swapping over. So we see in the queue, Erzurdum is building a bunch of stuff. We're going to start swapping them first. Whoever's got the stuff in the queue, we're going to swap them first. So the food industries in Macedonia are being constructed. So we're going to swap them on the steel frame now. And then what's after that is going to be Attica, the steel industries, and then Albania. And we're going to swap those guys over. This is for the extra state construction efficiency. That we're doing it in this order, but it's like, it's pretty marginal. Doing it like this. And that's going to plus 20% construction, and then we're gonna wait and try and be losing less than 100k, I think. Aboriginal migration. What the fuck happened in the Cape? Yeah, you're telling me they had a native uprising. And the native uprising, even though they had all of this, and then they lost all of it. I don't know exactly how that... I've literally never seen this before. But, I mean, we could take another screenshot of this, but weird Cape stuff. How do you avoid depressing services? You don't. Unfortunately. Services always get really cheap. But as far as something you want cheap in your market, services is actually one of them. Because services is not exportable. So someone cannot exploit the fact that you have made services cheap in your market. And so this is going to be good for you. Because it increases SOL. It's one of the biggest like SOL consumptions. And so it's good for driving up SOL. Services is an example of something I think you want cheap, generally. Which we are kind of working on now. But it does make it so these places can't employ, but it's not the end of the world if these places can't employ that much, because you didn't construct them yourself, right? They get auto-constructed, and so these just reaching some sort of equilibrium employment is like really fine. So like services in general, you want to be, you're pretty okay with them being cheap because you didn't construct the buildings that create services. And so, you are not, it's not like you've wasted a whole bunch of your construction, you know what I mean? How do you, okay, so you want Beijing as the capital or anything high arable land? Yes, but we could not move the capital of Beijing because it's not primarily Greek. Also love your videos, and since they tell me more about the game and, the game than Paradox videos, how stuff works. Yeah, Paradox released a very complicated game and then they didn't explain it, which is kind of wild, but thank you. Thank you so much. So basically import aristocrat building goods to make them cheap and export capitalist building goods to make them expensive. That is exactly it. Yep. That is in most specifically. But what about fertilizer, since it is produced in the livestock and chem plant? You, more than any other good, exporting fertilizer is really insanely good. And the reason why is, there's a few reasons. There's like several, actually. So first of all, it's an input for all of the wheat farms, in addition to being an output of the livestock ranches. And so when you export fertilizer, you make these buildings less profitable, and when you make them less profitable, you make them less likely to be built in the auto queue. Second of all, you can just turn on simple ranching, which is something I've been testing out a little bit with this run, but I have not consistently done it. But this is, if you have simple ranching, you don't produce any fertilizer in the livestock ranches, yes? So then you really want fertilizer expensive because it's an input for the wheat farms and it's an output for this. And third is the chem plants will often get often the fertilizer price will get super depressed, and it will be hard to bring down the price of explosives, and so these buildings will not be that profitable. And also, you would rather the fertilizer be expensive and the explosives be cheap in terms of the outputs. This would be a preferable outcome, which is one of the reasons why nitrogen fixation process sucks. And so, because of all this, you extra want to export fertilizer, because that'll allow you to build more chem plants, which makes like all the swaps onto dynamite and stuff like a lot more smooth and like this type of thing. Let's go publicly traded there. Let's I think we're probably gonna want to start switching on Steam Donkey in some of these places. We get a new party? The Liberal Party. Let's go. What is this? Oh, I hate when a new party forms. This is like such an annoying thing in the game. When a new party forms and like everything just goes hyper illegitimate. We'll just do this for now, I guess. I think long term it's actually worth it. We are decaying. Ooh, we're at 0 infamy. We gotta find a war. We wanted to fight Congo. That's not gonna work. We can fight these guys, I think. I think taking North Angola is really good. But let's just make sure like we can't just like straight up dominion them in a reasonable way or something. Okay, North Angola would be fine. It's 7 infamy. Also taking Lindi would be fine, or Zambezia. I think North Angola's best. We're gonna take a quick save and then go for this war. Maybe we'll play a little bit longer, just because it looks like a lot of people just joined, and I hate when I watch the viewer count go up, like ending the stream right after it goes up, because that means like a bunch of people joined just for me to say, hey, smell you later, nerds. Okay, so Spain will be on this. Interesting. Well, we actually would love to release Andalusia, because that'll make our life a whole lot easier. And then this is going to be really good for our colonization, just having more surface area. So we're going to go after North Angola. And then we're going to see what happens here. They just want to humiliate us. Perfect. But we cannot sway anyone. And so this will be a solo war. And so I think, very much so, that we are going to have to do some things here. Okay, let's have a think. I think we're going to need to recruit more guys. Now, we do have quite a few. Let's recruit up, like, maybe another 9. And then, we're gonna recruit a little bit more than that, I think. So, another 13. I hate not having nice multiples. So that'll bring us to 81. Are you on good PMs here with 85? So they have 680 power projection. We have... Okay, so I don't think they're on as good PMs as us. Portugal's like a non-factor. And we can go after war reps on... well, we will be loading if we get, like, psychotic, like, GPs joining. But if this is just the war itself, we might just be settling for just North Angola and some war reps and releasing Andalusia. I don't think we have enough maneuvers for much more than this. Dynam we don't care about. Breach loading artillery. That's kind of bad timing for that. I think we swap over now, but we are going to have the 20% penalty. Actually, we can't swap over now. 1 oil rig built. I think we built it and set it on auto expansion, and there's currently no buy orders in the market. And we are waiting for getting... Oh, we actually already have vacuum canning. Just kidding. Thank you for pointing that out, then. We were playing a game last night and had some weird wars where battle your side of the front would disappear and not make the enemy broken, but not for the enemies, so broken sometimes. Yeah, there's a lot of that weirdness going on. What does Russia want? Because we could make our life easier. Barca treaty port for 25 infamy. I think we're kind of fine with giving this up, but will we have enough to go after war reps and release Andalusia? Probably. Oh, we also have to have an interest in this region. Rip the dream if we scuffed it. Okay, so let's try and do this. I think we just want to give a treaty port, just make our lives a little bit easier. And then we're going to release Andalusia as well. Oh, we gotta wait for this to come in. We're gonna wait a few... So if you put in one every 5 days, it'll make stuff happen slower. Or I guess we're just going for the Spanish war reps because we got... No, we already have this in. Oh, we're 5 short. That sucks. Egypt sides with Portugal. That is not ideal. I think we're gonna conscript them. A little bit. So over here. And I think we're gonna take Sinai, actually. So Sinai is a relatively good take, and we're already involved in this anyways. And I think... And we can't release that, and we have to take Sinai anyways. And this will allow us to do the things. Right, because we can't liberate country anymore, so we can just conquer state. Oh, subjugating Egypt's not even that much infamy. Maybe we just want to chill the fuck out. Maybe we just wanted to subjugate Egypt from the beginning. And not do this war. I think we just want to subjugate Egypt, so I don't think we want to take anything off of them then. And so I think we just want to take war reps from them then. And then maybe we take something else here. Like South Angola or Zambezia. Zambezia is going to be a little bit better. On a more immediate basis. Is Lindy's super cheap, so let's take Lindy and Zambezia, and this will give us much more surface area. Oh, we can't take both. Rip the dream. Too many maneuvers. Alright, fair enough. Rip the dream being a subject. Definitely a Hispania interest growing. Yeah, I'm catching up on the chat on that one. I think we will recruit a general in the kind of Anatolia HQ. And one in the Balkans HQ. We'll keep the Balkans HQ guy at home. And we'll look to promote him if something weird happens and we get landed. Otherwise, we will be using these guys to land Portugal. Just like straight up. Oop, I guess we'll send some guy down there. I guess we'll send our 13 stack. Push this. Looks like they're gonna... We're just gonna be looking to land Portugal here. Maybe we should have made war goals primary. Hopefully they don't back down. If they back down, we might load and go after Egypt instead. I don't know. I think this is popping off, though. Yeah. Spanish and Egyptian war reps will be pretty helpful. Although I guess we're getting to a point where maybe we should have considered something else. Alright, let's also recruit an admiral. And, look to land in Barca with our 19 stack or a 19 stack and a secondary. Actually, I think we don't want to enforce on them first, right? We'd rather enforce on... Let's try and enforce on Egypt first. No, let's try and enforce on Spain first. Let's do that. I think we should still have an advantage here. And it looks like, yeah, it looks like we should just be able to push Egypt there, and then... Okay, I think I like this. Oh, well... Yeah, Spain has committed troops in the wrong spot. Wait, why does Germany control Catalonia? You know, stuff happens. It's because this might not be the ideal... You might not like the way this Victoria 3 body looks, but this is peak Victoria 3 country. With all this monstrosity in the middle. When should you incorporate a state or not? Generally speaking, the general heuristic is you should incorporate... rip the dream. You should incorporate much more aggressively... looks like Russia's not helping at all. You should incorporate much more aggressively as you have more manufacturing. In terms of like what the buildings look like there, the more manufacturing you have, the more jobs you have employed, the more incorporation is good, so you can tax the pops. And the secondary part is you should... Oh, it looks like we're going to need to triple land them here. They got too many guys defending, so we're probably going to try and get on that. The second heuristic is you should be really aggressive about incorporating... You should incorporate 100% of like 2-year incorporations and almost all 5-year incorporations, and then the 20-year incorporations are kind of the inflection point where you like sometimes just don't want to incorporate. Subject to Egypt is a lot of land, but huge when you have Suez Canal is going to be built and you already own the land, if it is not already done. I'm not sure entirely what you mean by that sentence. Subject to Egypt is a lot of land, but it's also huge when Suez Canal is going to be built because you already own the land if it's not already done. I'm not sure what the question is with that one. Did our general die? Rip. Alright, so we're going to try and triple land them. In that case... We're gonna recruit another Anatolia guy, I guess? No, we won't. We're just gonna land with our other guy. Alright, we're just gonna triple, yeah. Or we gotta wait for this guy to be eligible. But we're pushing here anyways, so we can land with all these guys. We have some allies there, so it's not a big deal. We'll just land with, like, a lot of these guys. Alright. And then whichever guy gets through, we'll just promote to a higher level. The cheese is real. You like some ham with that cheese? Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, it looks like this is where Russia's decided to give us some help. This war actually might not go our way. That sucks. Can they enforce us below 0? They can. We're actually going to, in that case, activate all of our conscripts. And we're activating literally all of them, even though they won't always be fighting, because this decreases the amount you're decaying, because currently we're not decaying very much. And then we also, I think, are just going to land a little bit more aggressively as well. We should have probably landed this initially. We're gonna do that as well, though. Booming oil industry. Yep, it's gonna redrop. But now we should decay slower. We get in, hopefully. So this one gets tied up with their army, but this one, this gets versus no army, and so we get in. So this is our boil that is gonna get in for free. This is why you do a triple landing. 1, the Navy gets caught, 2, the Army gets caught, and 3, gets in for free. You'll love to see it. And so, which guy is here now? Him? Well, he's gonna get promoted. Oh, this is probably our best guy, too. So, big happy on that. And so, he's huge. He's thick and juicy. He's gonna blast through them here. I don't want the general to die right now, so we're just gonna put a stop to it. I also don't want to read, so there's that. Thick and chunky. Let's get in there, boy. And we will, of course, designate this as the objective. So we can enforce on them. And then we're gonna also navally invade here with our kind of inactive 16 stack. Try and enforce there. We're gonna move our 40 stack over here, and then with our 25 stack we're gonna try and land Portugal's capital. Looks like we're getting a decent push. Rotary valve engine is nice because it leads to electricity, but this is the main reason it's nice. We probably should have turned on the cannons at the start and just because we haven't really fought too well. Yeah, this is looking grim. Probably need to land this too soon. Yeah, we just got wrecked here. I don't know how we didn't get our guy there in time, but whatever. We can still go to minus 100. The AI generally doesn't like to do that, so we'll see what we can do. We will land this. Camera's nice-ish with our 12 stack. We'll turn on the camera, I guess. Oh, I don't want to turn all those on at once. Do want to turn on some more of them to covered markets, though. Just going to increase the price of steel. I guess we should be more concerned with, first... No, we actually can't afford to expand the construction. But we can expand the steel industry. We're already doing that a lot, though. We're -7. Oh, we're getting pushed back in Egypt. Rip the dream, dude. Terrible. We got a lot of landings that are potentially going to come through here, though, so... And, like, they're obviously getting wrecked here. And our ally gets in here, and this is going to push Portugal. Perfect. We'll just full occupy all their incorporated territory. Excellent. Iberia interest was deactivated. Man, our ships must be getting shellacked if that's what's happening. I mean, if it is giving you a bonus for owning the canal and the land around it, the canal is nice because it makes it so you need to lose less convoys, but it's not that valuable at this point. Subject to Egypt is a lot of land, but also, yeah. But eventually we would annex Egypt, right? And then we'd be in good shape. Looks like we get our landing here. We do want to increase our colonial institutions. I think that we are going to need to build some bureaucracy. So we'll see if we have insufficient tax capacity. We do. Oh my god, we have battalions in reserve. That's not good. Where are they in reserve? Why are they in reserve? Oh, yeah, that's fine. They're just, okay, yeah, they're in reserve in areas that we want them to be in reserve. That's fine, that's fine. Super fine. I think we're just gonna go malaria prevention ahead of time now. It is gonna be a little bit slow, but it's gonna be good. Alright, we've super occupied them. Ish. We are getting a landing. Wait, how is this not gonna land? That's not ideal. We really wanted to get the war goal. We can have a chat with them, though. I think there's a good shot that they just give up. This guy will get to this front faster, I think. That's how geography works. Hopefully, we're decaying quite a bit. They're decaying quite a bit faster, though. Do we have any guys here? I think we want to try and land if we are Yeah, we're gonna try re-landing here, I think. We get pushed out. On their capital, just to try and enforce on them. We do have to try and re-land this as well. Oh, this is such a hot mess. I guess we just keep doing this? I think we're not getting humiliated at the very least. I'm not sure exactly how this shakes out. They're decaying pretty quick though. We have a lot of casualties. The reason this number here, this -2.87, this is why we activated conscripts even when we weren't going to use them. Because when we do this, we get a larger pool compared to the available when you are conscripted. So that's why we have conscripts in Borneo, even though we're not fighting with them. Oh, this is such a messy war. Can one of you guys just capitulate? Either France or Egypt? Or Spain or Egypt? And just give us bull reps? Yes, okay. Yes, yes. And now we can try and just take Angola from them. Or Angola plus Zambezia. We could try, like, to get a bunch of landings. Here, I actually hate that they're going to continue to enforce on us relatively quickly. We're going to be -4, even though, like, there's no shot that they win this without their allies, right? And so, like, this is just, like, kind of, I don't know, asinine, but we're just going to try and get in on them before they enforce on us. I don't know why this is split up so much, but we're going to try and get back. Oh, it's because our colonies are expanding. That's right. Okay, cool. I guess. So we're gonna get one of these, and we have to pick which one we want, I think. Oh, just kidding. Russia's not gonna let us get anything. So we're just gonna get humiliated instead. Actually... what do they even need to... I think, do we get one more tick here? We should get one more tick. Alright. 99.9. What can we do? Russia will not take a white piece. God damn it, Russia. We could give them a treaty port. I think we'd rather capitulate. Stupid Russia doing the things. So this was just a dirty war where we just got war reps and that's it, and the war reps aren't even that big. Oh god. This is so tragic. I mean, luckily we didn't get a ton of infamy, but like, Russia, you didn't even help out. Well, we're not gonna give them just this. This is the only war goal they won't even accept this deal. Oh my god, Russia, please. We probably could have fought this better. I was trying to play on speed 4 and talk with chat. God damn it, dude. Just want to let you know that thank you for all your effort you put in your videos. Thank you. You are helping a ton of people learn how to play the game, even experienced players. Thank you very much, David. Best Victoria 3 channel. I think I'm the only one. I'm both the best and the worst. Classic 19th century L. Yeah, basically. This is fucking awful. I want to load, but we fought an entire war. Let's not, for the sake of continuity, let's not load. But like, god damn it, dude. Like, the AI just cannot appreciate, this Russian AI could just not appreciate the fact that, look, Russia doesn't want this peace deal. Son of a bitch, you know? Because look at this. We're getting enforced on, my friend. You also won't agree to us just getting humiliated, right? Which is exactly what happens in one tick, my guy. That's like more... Oh, do we get a half a second to try and do a thing? Because we're at minus 100 right now. Yeah, we just get humiliated. Thanks, bud. Oh, I guess Russia gets their treaty port, actually. Okay, I understand now. God, that's fucking stupid, dude. I would load 100%. Because it's not worth the pain. You would load? You would also reload, Christian? Alright, let's load then. Let's load and try and refight this fight. I think we can win this war. I don't think it's... I also think Russia didn't help out very much, but that's like a separate issue. So what, we went for Zambezia and North Angola. Doesn't matter which one we declare in. So Zambezia will be this area. Egypt has an interest, Spain has an interest, Russia does not have an interest. And... in here, Egypt has an interest as well. Man, Egypt's like plays so much differently after the patch. Germany doesn't have an interest in either of these, but I think they can get involved in any one of our wars. Where's the Russian interest, though? I'm confused. I think we had North Angola as the primary war goal before, though. Set it to Zambezia. We're gonna fight this war a bit different though. When would you puppet and when would you conquer annex? Are you talking about Egypt specifically? Probably annexing after no longer a subject of Germany. They really need to rebalance acceptance so two-sided treaties work. I agree. I don't know, like it was just Russia bricking that, but then Russia eventually got what they wanted. So like I thought the war was going to end for Russia, too. I didn't appreciate that it was going to continue. So then I was like, it made more sense to me afterwards. I mean, I still think, like, the system sucks, like, terribly. And we saw that, like, with the Germany one as well. Why can't we? Okay. Let's try Zambezia being the primary war goal, though. And then we'll also add... what? Oh, so they're already in, and can we get anyone help? So here, will we be able to get help? Well, maybe we just can't do it here because we won't be able to get help. We have to wait until here to see if we'll be able to get help. Conquer for pops and resources. Where are you talking about for conquer? Maybe this just isn't worth it, you know? So we can get Russia. I think, you know what we're going to do is we're just going to load and we're just going to wait until we get that tech and then swap the PMs because the timing is just absolutely terrible, right? And then when we have breach loading artillery, it'll be way better. And then we can also just think about going after Egypt instead. We do want to do... Actually, why don't we just pump Dominion Egypt? This seems like easier and it seems more valuable. We don't have malaria prevention yet. We can do that one afterwards. Oh, this is a reason why we would not Dominion Egypt. That would make sense. Yep. Let's use our brains. God. Such a weird spot right now. Well, we're not going to necessarily be, like, fighting them super hard. We are also going to just cry ourselves to sleep right now. Just breathe and make multiples of 5. Because we wanted more military anyway. God damn it. Mostly because I don't want to waste the time at the war to not get any land to spite Russia a bit, but you also prevent them from stomping you in South Africa too easy. Yeah, I mean, but it like interrupts the overall flow of like what's going on, I think, a little bit. I don't know. Since nobody wanted me to not reload, I think it's pretty clear I should just reload, but it wasn't a war that we felt that something absolutely insane had happened. You know what I mean? Where it was like, this is just like an absurdity of the game. I think we're gonna declare now. And declare on... Even though we only waited one extra month, I guess this is kind of stupid. Alright, North Angola. And we're gonna take in Zambezi as well. And then we're going to... Well, we're supposed to fucking wait until we add Russia before taking Zambezi. Hopefully we can still invite them. Let's just wait and see, actually. Because I think we'd rather have no Egypt, no Russia. And maybe Egypt just joined because Russia joined. Because I think we win this. We will put this boy over here. Egypt joins. Okay, then we do need Russia's help. And we'll offer the Beria Treaty Port again. But this time, we're gonna just try and get on the war goals as quickly as possible. No shame in birding. There's a little bit of shame in birding, I feel like. Maybe not a lot of shame, but definitely a non. We're also gonna conscript a bit earlier here as well. It's not sufficiently high shame in birding. We're gonna swap all that over, which should help overall. And then why don't we have this guy just defend here? Yeah, that way we are not losing as many troops, because our loss of troops is what drives this negative more so than Russia's loss of troops. And then we're gonna recruit another general and then go for a triple landing and also activate all the conscripts. He looks pretty good. Gonna promote him because Anatolia HQ is not fully recruited and it's got some problems. Actually, and then we are going to... Oh my god, I blanked out on the other thing we needed to do here. Just unpause, it will hopefully be okay. What else did we need to do here? We're gonna triple land from the start. We have him coming on out. This front's gonna be a little bit bricked. I think we just triple land Portugal and get them to try and enforce on them quickly. And we have 20, so we can't liberate a country, unfortunately. Otherwise, we would want to liberate here. So it's going to be, again, war reps on Egypt and Spain, I guess. They're fearful they might just back down. God, that'd be annoying. I think they don't, but we are stronger than we were last time, right? Or we have more army power projection. By a pretty big margin. Oh, we wanted to activate conscripts. That's right. Let's activate a little bit more. We want them to come on up, but not too fast. Just a little fast. And I guess we'll try and get in through Portugal here. And just triple land Portugal and not mess around with it. We do have some allies here in the Russians. It looks like the Russians are... Well, this guy we're going to set to push if it's just the 5 Egyptians that are mobilized. So we'll be able to get some off. I really wish you could queue pushing. Also, one army is south. If you start with a nation without silk and opium, who would you suggest conquering to get those resources? Silk and opium. Let me assign the landings and then we'll talk about silk and opium. So we're gonna do the 10 stack. I think this is our smallest guy we're landing with. Yep. Oh, was that the wrong guy? That was the wrong guy. Oh my god. Diamantsi is the one we wanted. So this guy should still be over here. Yeah, okay. Victor, and then this guy, Arrakis. Okay, for opium, I would recommend generally Macron is pretty soft, and then just kind of going into Central Asia here. You get a little bit of opium, and but this is like a really soft spot. Also, Kalat, Afghanistan are like really easy to get into. They're not a ton of infamy relative to like what you're taking. That's for opium. Well, actually, first of all, just best for opium is actually getting into Senegal and going for the Mosque of Quinine, and this solves your opium problem, right? So that's for opium specifically. And then if you wanted to get silk, I would recommend just importing it from China. Although taking Beijing also works because you can build silk there, right? So taking Beijing is generally a really good opener, but you'll like always want to go for the Mosque of Quinine, and so you'll get a little bit of opium there. Macron is a decent place to also go for opium. If you're like absolutely like, you could import. I would focus mainly on importing silk generally rather than necessarily producing it yourself. There's no really soft target that you can take that can make silk, if I recall correctly, which I might not. I mean, I guess you could go after Dynam if you really want to produce it yourself, but the problem is for arable agrarian goods, you would rather import it than produce it yourself, so you would almost like rather not be able to produce the silk yourself, because that way it's forced import, if that makes any sense. Like, just as long as you don't run a shortage, it's preferable to not produce the thing yourself, right? But, so sometimes you're gonna, like, run a shortage as a consequence of, like, playing like that, so... If you're gonna run a shortage, then you would rather get some. It could be easy to run a shortage of dyes. It's harder to run a shortage of silk, if I recall correctly. We're getting pushed around here, unfortunately. And so this 45 stack, I think we're going to move him over here. He failed the landing, but we get in here with these guys. And so we might promote one of these guys, because they will start pushing into Spain. And then we will set them. This is the strategic objective. And then we'll put this guy over here, and then we'll promote him. Because their army is a little bit bigger and tougher. And this guy will come on over here. We're not protecting ourselves against landings here. I think what happened here? Did our general die? Really? Is that what happened? No? We have people in Danubia? That's not ideal. That's not what we wanted. We're gonna get rid of this. Oh, we activated the conscripts. Perfect. Okay, that's fine. Super fine with that. Pushing through into the capital. We move in this other guy over here so we don't get wrecked. I think maybe we want to recruit another general and then come in here just to try and make sure that things are a little okay. Is these guys both... Where are you from? You're from Anatolia? You're from Balkans. Okay. Who's the guy over here? Where's he from? The big boy over here is from... Balkans, so we'll recruit another general in Anatolia. So we don't want to take away from that guy. Get ourselves an industrialist. Let's go, baby. And he will try and land over here in the Angola, which is a war goal. Zenon. Let's go. Okay. So opium is also not necessary to produce since there's enough on the market you can import. Yeah, you can import opium. Opium you won't need until you get field hospitals, and so like it's also not important. Because your pops will just consume substitute goods. Like, they'll consume tobacco and other stuff instead of opium. And this is fine. Also, opium gives you negative events. But opium is extremely efficient once you get pump jacks and publicly traded, then opium's actually really, really good. But not really before that. Looks like Russia's actually doing stuff this time. Holy damn. I don't know what this is about, why we're minus 100 here. Oh, because no one's there? So our general did die? I guess we'll recruit another general from the Balkans HQ. And, why not him? And we'll just look to push here. Something like this. And we do have an advantage here, so hopefully we can push them back. I think we're on much, much better PMs at this point. And it looks like Russia's going for it, and so we should be able to enforce on all. Our obligation to Germany is expired. Hurrah! So now we're just gonna, our next wars are gonna be annexing all of our subjects, I think. Most importantly, Transvaal. And then we can maybe pull them in to fight France, to take these two. And then we'll try and cut Great Britain out, and we'll see what we can do. Our queue is starting to run down a little. I think we will just take a quick look. And the resource industries are extremely good. So what we're going to do here is any place where we have like labor and we don't have a chop already, these are extremely efficient, and we are going to be getting electric sawmills in the near-ish future. So we're just going to put all this up, and then we're going to put it all on automatic expansion for the chops, and this way we do not accidentally empty our queue. The Great Garment Factory Fire. I don't think we want them gaining traction, so yeah. They became powerful again, so they're having a little bit of a come up, and we actually absolutely hate the fact that they're in a party together with trade unionists. Hate. Yeah, this war is so much better now that we like tried to pay attention when fighting it. Are gonna be ending the stream relatively soon though, because I had planned on going till about 12 and it is near 2, so way over time on that. We might just do it after this war. Feminism spreading, hell yeah, brother. And I believe we decided the plan was just to go straight into malaria prevention, even if feminism spreading. It's only 2 techs ahead of time. Maybe we could have rushed it a little bit more. I don't know. It's such a weird inflection point, but getting in on the Congo and like, yeah, I don't know. Landowner and trade unions, the unholy alliance. Yeah, the only thing they hate more than landowners is corporations. We might turn on pump jacks and specifically in here. Or not pump jacks, what is it? Rotary valve engine. Just in the capital specifically, because the capital's having labor problems. If you build it, they will come. Yeah, we're gonna just riggedy wreck these guys. And have some nice war reps, which will be nice. And then we get to annex Transvaal. Max colonial fares does go up. We're gonna see if we have insufficient tax capacity. Anywhere? No, we do not. We enforce on Spain too. So we're gonna bring this one up. And we're doing that so we can increase the level of the thing. And we are just gonna land these guys with everything. something like this. Oh, we also are fighting Dynam. That's right. I think we just capitulate versus Dynam, though. Oh, is this... Are they the last ones left? Egypt capitulated? Okay, then we just wipe peace out here. Cool. Beans, dude. Beans. Let's save and go after Transvaal. The unholiest of alliances. So South Africa front was maybe why you lost so quickly or not paying attention. A combination of the two. We also didn't swap the military PMs and just like... I don't know, I was like reading, not paying attention. We didn't move a guy over there early, so that's like part of why we bricked like that pretty bad. And now look at this. Look at all these extra fronts we have available now that we've conquered all this stuff for expansion, which notably these aren't fast right now, but they will be extremely fast once we get malaria prevention, which is why we kind of like came in on here. And it's again one of the reasons we want to annex Transvaal, also because they have absolutely insane stuff. Portugal, yeah, Portugal wants no part of that heat. So we'll just send 2 guys over it, which was more than enough, but we'll see if someone gets swayed against us. This type of thing. Let's see the size of our GDP. We're number 4. We're actually ahead of Germany by quite a bit now. Their army power projection should be a lot bigger than ours, though. 6k versus ours is probably like 2k or something. 1k, just kidding. Not even close to 2k. Rip the dream. We'll also annex Zanzibar to get another front in as well. So we're gonna get a ton of colonization off, and then we're gonna look to try and see if we can take Rift Valley and some of these British, probably Gabon and Congo, because this Cameroon's incorporated, so it's expensive. But then Britain will only be able to colonize here, basically. And so that'll slow them down sufficiently, I think. Portugal can't stop putting their hands in pie. Yeah, they can't stop, won't stop. Don't stop believing. It looks like pretty happy that we haven't gotten... I think it's because Germany is our protector that we haven't gotten a ton of fingers in our pie. Or they've patched it, and I was not aware that we're on 1.2.8 now. Both are possible. Let's swap on to more construction. Find more of these. Eastern Thrace, Skopje, Northern Thrace. Just swapping over on a bunch of these. Peloponnese, sure. We do want to be kind of deficit spending here. Gantry cranes too, let's go baby. So after malaria prevention, we kind of want electrical... But we also would not mind getting ironclads. I guess we don't super need ironclads at this point. I think I'd probably rather have electrical. And like, or actually probably this and then this. Something like this. I don't know, we're gonna enforce on them right quick, and then we're gonna take Zanzibar. We do need more rubber, always. More rubber is needed. Why are we making so much money? Because we're not using our construction. Got it. Okay, so we're gonna need to... We're gonna come into the resource industries, and we're gonna look at anyone that can go up and is not currently going up. They have a ton of labor here, so this is what, 39, 40, 51. So we'll put down some railways at the front for these guys. And then also from Zululand. So expanding quite nicely. Weird thing you just discovered. You can start as one of the Boer states, then annex all of South Africa and form South Africa, which gives you English culture. Then you can form Great Britain on top of that. That's hilarious. So Transvaal to Great Britain run would be possible. That's hot. That actually is very appealing. I might put that, I'm gonna put that in a note. Because that would be a hot, spicy run. That I actually want to do a Transvaal run anyway. So that is a hot, hot tip. I think we are going to want more steel and glass, generally, to kind of facilitate the construction here. So we're going to try and... Aleppo. Let's see what's up in Aleppo. What do you got? You're just glass? You're auto-expanding? Perfect. We are going to give you a lot of glass here. 49, 50, 51. And then, of course, at the front of the queue, we're just going to put some of these. If you want peace, prepare for war. I think we'll just do that and we'll improve relations with them. Yeah. I think we want good relations with France. We are trying to do Mare Nostrum, but like really slow Mare Nostrum. Man, we actually don't have much time left. We have 40 years. I guess that's a decent amount of time. We're just gonna have to turn the corner and go bad boy mode at some point. But I think getting the Congo like share is like something we can do with relatively little infamy right now. So I think that that's a good plan. And then going for all this is like the turn the corner point. So maybe we will be puppeting Egypt or something instead of like dominioning them. That would be entertaining to watch. Transvaal in the UK, yeah. Also, but like my Fractured Great Qing run was like such a bust. I was like so excited about that round and then it got very little views. We can delete this, and we can delete the military. But I guess that's fine. They can't all be winners, right? But yeah, I just got kind of wrecked on that front. I think we incorporate this immediately. We take a save, and then we go after Zanzibar. If it can be as much fun and hot as the half Indian state with bigger GDP, then you see USA as Transvaal, that would be so fun. That was a tough run. I think that run's even harder now. So that's like extra spicy. I don't even know what to say about that run. We're on malaria prevention. That's gonna be we're gonna pop off so hard when we get that. I mean, we're kind of already popping off. We're like switching all this over to steel frame buildings. That's like really expensive though. We can't do it all yet. I'm gonna swap some more over. We are spending a lot in construction, but we are having like a huge come up. And we want to fight France and the UK with Germany's help and then do something else after. And so I think that's might be kind of like where we're looking next. We just want to get these guys annexed. The guys we really wanted annexed, we want annexed before we try and do a play that uses Daddy Germany. Let's try and put it on the queue. Let's focus on resources here. Actually, with the newly acquired state, let's take a pause and let's make sure that we are kind of doing what we want in terms of this. So we're going to put this on auto-expand. It's obviously not going anywhere right now, but eventually it will be. And then we're going to do sugar plantation focus here and put it on auto-expand. And then we're going to here, I think, we can either go sugar or millet. We already have a decent amount of cotton. Why don't we go... could also go cotton, I don't know what the answer is. We're gonna try sugar here, I guess. And this place can be cotton because it's already cotton. Okay, cool. This place is very millet-y already, so we'll just let it auto-expand as millet. This place is done. This place is tea. Notably, our pops are obsessed with teas, and Turkish pops are obsessed with teas, so I think I'm fine with letting that be tea. And then here... This has to be livestock, so we'll put that on auto-expand, and this one also is one of the livestock states, so we'll put it on auto-expand. I think we did create a port there, but just to kind of get things rolling. Now we're going to take a look here. We have the most on dyes currently, but it's pretty close, but we're going to put it on auto expand. And then here we will have a little bit of a choice. Ew, that's disgusting. It looks like it's going for, man, that's unfortunate. I think we're going to put it on dyes though. Well, let's put it on cotton. And put it on auto expand. Rip the dream. Alright, we will be ending the stream at 2 p.m. PST, which is in 10 minutes. So if you had any exiting questions, and that is a hard date, even if my viewership doubles, because the viewership's been slowly going up, and it's going every time I like want to end it, it just goes up, and then I don't want to, but I gotta get to the gym today, so we have to get a lift in. We gotta do some snatches and some clean and jerks. So, rip the stream forever. Rip the 12-hour stream. That was actually super exhausting as well. When we did the 15-hour Ukraine stream. And then I discovered you can only stream for 12 hours on YouTube. And so the last like 5 hours of the Ukraine stream are cut off. Which is super big sad. Yeah, but strategically, like, I think we talked about this a little earlier in the stream. I think actually taking these two Portuguese states is actually quite strong, especially now since it looks like they don't incorporate them anymore, whatever that's about. And so I think that's a strong play. Let's just make everywhere that doesn't have a chop, we're gonna make a chop, and we're gonna also put them on auto expand because we are going to want to. We're gonna get electricity relatively soon. Threshing machines kind of suck as a labor saving PM. The steam donkeys are better, so we're gonna turn on steam donkeys now though. Yeah, they're starting to become good. We get some feminism action in, so do we have a feminist? I don't even think you're eligible to get a feminist until you get feminism, but then you tend to get a lot, so we'll hopefully be on that soon. Maybe put too many guys in, but it's okay. You made it to 22 hours on a 24-hour stream, and then the game crashed, and then you're like, no, I'll go to sleep. I think you told me that already. Yeah, that seems... Ooh. Yeah, let's go radicals, baby. Does radicals support feminism? I think they might. No, they don't. Tragic. I'm reading The Second Sex by Simone de Beauvoir, speaking of feminists, and like, her prose is just so like fucking metal. Did our guy die? Wow, General's dying is real. No, he just kidding, he just unassigned himself from the front. The classic, you love to see it. Let's make sure we're full colonizing everything we can, other than Indonesia, which we're giving up. We just kind of want the sub-Saharan cutoffs. We might annex Tripolitania and Tunis, because we have to do this when we don't owe an obligation to Germany. Specifically, Tripolitania would be the more valuable one. Let's also expand the oil rigs elsewhere and set them all on auto-expand, although I don't think we have enough buy orders for these to really be very good. Yeah, these aren't very profitable. I think because we have so much oil, actually. Oh, plastics is tier 4. So yeah, we're going to want to work our way towards plastics to create demand. So I guess open hearth process is reasonable after electricity. Actually, it's probably better than electricity because we're like trying to put in all this steel stuff. We'll just do something like this into plastics. I know combustion engine and electrical capacitors is so good, but I'm not sure we'll like have enough of electricity industry at that point in time that like it makes sense. Maybe we will, maybe it'll be fine, but wow that no one else attempted to colonize this as well. you know, the UK didn't colonize this in South Africa or whatever. Cape Colony themselves probably doesn't ever go colonist. What's going on here? We don't have... Okay, we gotta expand. We've also been steadily trying to put in more auto expansion as well, and we're going to stop trying to focus on getting tall mines and start expanding them wide as a QOL thing. So we're gonna put all the mines on auto expand after building level 1 in all of them. And then let's add a few of these at the back, because it is starting to... Oh, I thought we turned this on. Steam powered thresher. Yeah, that's not going to be the business yet, but eventually. Might be the business on... No, it's not the business on the rice. The rice is more efficient, but they get the bad PMs. So rice, you can only go to steam powered threshers, and the other ones you... Oh my god, I blanked on what I was doing here. Son of a bizzle. I think it was this. Yeah, I think this was the plan. Okay. Yeah, this was definitely the plan. This was it. Okay, okay. We in it. You really need to, like, start reading again. You have a dozen of, to read sitting on the shelf. Yeah, dude, you just gotta, you know, you gotta set, like, a specific time. Like, you get up in the morning, you, like, go on your walk or whatever, and then, like, you just, like, set a timer for 10 minutes and just read for 10 minutes. I mean, that's an oversimplification, and, like, putting in habits is, like, can be hard, and I understand that, but, like, you know, 10 minutes is super easy. What's, like, horrifying to me is that, like, 40% of people, when they're done with their school, so when they finished either college or high school or whatever, they do not ever finish another book again, which is just insane to me. I think we're gonna push some of these fishing wharves. Actually, let's look what industry is, like, really profitable, and then we'll just make our decision off that. I think it's steel, chem plants. Yeah, that makes sense. We're making a lot of mines right now. Okay, let's just push a chem plant for economies of scale. So we see in Thessaly, but Montenegro, we're gonna push 10 in Montenegro and this in Thessaly, and then maybe revisit 51 in Thessaly, which will probably be good. Je n'ai cool. Je suis un chat. We need to delete. Where is Zanzibar? Can't do industrial port really yet. We're gonna hit it with our smacky wacky button here, though. And that'll reset all the PMs. We do need some... We're gonna delete a naval base though. Yikes. We're gonna need some infrastructure. We're gonna put that at the front of the queue. Do we have a bunch of naval bases in areas that... No, we don't. It was just there. Okay, and then we, of course, are gonna need to establish colony here. Hee. So if we go for British Rift Valley and this, we will cut them off from this portion. And then if we go from Gabon and it's much harder, it's going to require a lot more to cut them off on this other side, though. And they could always start colonizing here, but... 2 minutes. And then we're probably going to stop. When can you actually get back into reading? I'm going to start with Ernest Junger's Storm of Steel. I'm actually not familiar with that. Is that... I read almost exclusively nonfiction, so I'm less fiction literate. You like how European heritage homelands there are in Turkey? It really helps with Byzantium. Yeah, it does. I mean, we have a lot of these incorporations. We also were thinking, we mentioned this earlier, we might not even want to incorporate Ankara because we are getting an extra 10% throughput on universities, which is not something I thought about, but throughput on universities is so good because look at the percentage of this is from wages. It's like, yeah. Ankara is one of the slow integrations. I definitely think that this is good. I mean, like, it's going to require more experimenting, but not going intensive grants in order to make the chem plants more profitable. Like, using the boom booms has just felt so much smoother this run as a consequence, I think. Public schools movement? Okay. Do we have a feminist yet? No? Terrible. When can we get a feminist? Feminist when? I mean, these guys are coming up. We would rather double the trade unionists bonus and have the trade unionists happy. But unfortunately, we can't put the trade unionists in government. But going to universal suffrage is something I would be interested in. We could go back to go forward. What is this about? I didn't even notice the second native uprising. I'm bad. Holy shit. It's a German World War I memoir, yeah. Another uprising? I didn't even notice the play. I'm shook. I think we have this auto-expanding, yeah. Do we have he auto-expanding? So we want to pick an industry for them. I guess we could do tea. We have a tea obsession. We haven't done a lot of these like luxury ones. I think we'd rather kind of like force them into being like cottons and dyes though, so we can really push the clothing. Clothing's pretty efficient as an industry. Speaking of, let's try and push clothing a little bit somewhere. We're kind of making money. We have most of the stuff on steel already, so we're just still trying to swap over more steel. Frame stuff. We get colonization rights. I think it just automatically reestablishes the colony. It was so annoying when they changed it so it didn't, but I think it's still, yeah, okay. Oh, the native uprising hasn't popped yet. Puppet Johor. Germany doing German things. If I would like the industrialists, trade unionists to be in power, would census suffrage be best? Probably. It's not necessarily. You have to balance like a cross section of your distribution of power law along with your standard of living. Because let's take a look at the pops and kind of explain what that means. So you notice the laborers, primarily politically inactive. As they become more wealthy, they will become more politically active. Same with the machinists, primarily politically inactive. And if you notice, the engineers tend to be very politically active because they're making a lot of money. And so the capitalists will always be extremely politically active because they have a lot of money. So it's a cross-section of who can vote and how much what your kind of SOL looks like, because as your SOL trends upwards, the trade unionists will get more power. And so like you can be on oligarchy, right? And then if you're like on oligarchy and then you have a I don't know, like a standard of living of 25 or 26 or something, the trade unionists will still be really, really, really powerful, just because of like reasons. No, because it's pushing a lot more money to them, and so like, or on wealth voting or something like this, and so it depends on where your standard of living is going. Like the reason why our trade unionists are powerful, even though we're not on universal suffrage, why they're this powerful is because our standard of living is it's respectable, and it's also climbing. We also probably have to worry about, we're about to run out of peasants, so we have to take like some high pop territory. Fortunately, all of this is like you know, all of this here, there's like just a huge supply of pops, you know, that we are getting when we you know, colonize land. And so like this is helping to blunt it because we have like good migration laws, but we might have to take like a Chinese province. Unincorporated states have huge marginal utility. You can use them as big barracks. University government admin states with colonial exploitation. But what's the benefit from building the barracks there? Other than contributing less clout? Because you're trying to keep the armed forces weak? I guess we'll do this because it's more legitimate, but... Okay, we hit 2 o'clock. So, gonna take a pause here. Oh, I was on speed 1. Disgusting. Thank you to everyone who came on in. I am going to be wrapping up the stream here. Going to be doing it again, I think, next Saturday at 9:30 a.m. PST again. Will it be the plan? It'll be the same run. We'll hold off until then. Maybe I'll make some notes in the interim and put some stuff in the queue so they don't have to think too much at the start. I think that'll be good. Something like this, because when you take a week off from a run, it's like a thing. But what we did today, is we puppeted Tripolitania, Tunis. We integrated, Orangey, and got kind of deep into the colonization game. We had like a few small ballish wars, but as you can see, we have a ton of fronts and main points of expansion, and we're about to get malaria prevention, so we are going to absolutely pop off. Most of our pops are incorporated, so we are going to colonize very, very fast. We're going to need to find some new pops somewhere else, though. I'll probably need to take a Chinese province because we're almost out of peasants, and so we have, just this 1.4k, and so the standard of living is starting to creep up. We are going to experience like a really high normal wage. You'll notice our gold reserves is kind of we're experiencing some problems, and so we might have a little bit of an economic crisis next episode, but hopefully we will be able to use Daddy. That's Daddy Germany with his dad bod, to help us fight either France or Great Britain or both, in order to try and establish like a big Congo presence, and then we will probably want to turn on our father and consume him. Wait, that's not how that one goes. But prevent him from consuming us. There we go. There's our Greek myth. Our classic Greek myth. And so this is kind of the plan moving forward. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, I'm going to use the restroom, and then I'm going to come back and address anything that's in the comments. Let's just quickly go through the comments right now. The barracks says get the additional throughput, so you get 10% stronger. Wait, you get 10% stronger soldiers? I don't think that's how that works. What? I notably do not pay super close attention to military. But where's the throughput bonus? What? That's stupid. Why would it do that? I didn't even consider that was a possibility because that's an idiotic mechanic. Wow. That really benefit from throughput? That is the wildest, most unhinged thing. I mean, I think there's a lot of like strategic advantage for having like it in areas like that are close to the capital, because if your land gets occupied, you lose access to it, so you have to put it in areas where you're not going to get occupied. But that is absolutely unhinged and wild that you get the 10% throughput. See you next time. Enjoy your stay tuned. Thanks for the stream. Have a good one. Yep, you too. Thanks for the stream. You have a good one. You get 10% more attack and defense. That's like, that would make a good YouTube short. That's obscene, though. I don't even know if I'll abuse that. That's crazy. That's wild. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Man, I gotta think on that one. Anyways, have a good one, everyone. I'll respond to the last trailing bit of comments after my bathroom break. And toodaloo. Yes, I want to end it.